a compressor thing going or something. Like
Okay.
maybe it's auto
It might have
compressing.
something to do with, you know, how I'm holding my mic or whatnot.
Yeah. Shorter sentences are better. It seems like I can hear you better through the sentence.
Be precise. All right.
I got you. I'm turning you up. See if that helps.
For those of you playing at home, my name is Eric Haphazard, and I am the project designer for Haphazard Projects. And I just wanted to give an open invite to everybody who might have any interest in talking about world building, the creative process, pretty much all role-playing games. And then hopefully we get to talk about, you know, some of the things, post-production, release the game. I saw two people almost immediately that said that they liked the idea, and I've already managed to code well.
For world building?
Oh, yeah. And pretty much anything that goes into it, and post-production, trying to get your game ready for publication. Anything and everything that goes behind a creative process of, you know, us putting out games, you know. And the fact that it seems so easy, yet so few people are doing it right.
Yeah, I'd definitely say there's a big gap in like the quality of releases, you know. There's certainly like, you know, there's something to be said for polish, but there's even just in terms of how it's presented, you know, and the format for the videos and things like that I'd be interested to talk about, you know. And also, like Vicky were talking about in the post you made, public awareness, conventions, things like that are very important, I think, to the release of a game. And I'm relatively new to conventions, so I mean, I've only really done some online ones and been to like a comic convention as a kid once, you know.
Oh yeah. Have you been to any convention as a game designer, or are you just right at home?
Yeah, I haven't been to a convention yet as a player even. I've been a comic reader when I was a kid, and I was into that, and I just ended up being at one kind of by happenstance. It wasn't like I asked to go and then this was my dream and it was realized, you know. It was like I just kind of stumbled on a comic convention and was like, oh, people are in costumes and that looks cool. And you know, I've always wanted to go, but yeah, I've been a student that's moved around quite a bit. So I haven't actually had to been able to set down roots anywhere and really get a circle together that would go on a convention with me. And you know, things are always coming up in my life, so I just never made it. I'm ready to go, obviously, but
yeah, you know. I mean, location has a lot to do with it too, because
yeah, I also live in Florida.
Yeah, see, Florida is actually a really cool place to be for gaming conventions, and you know, at least meeting a lot of people. Whereabouts in Florida do you live?
Central Florida, like Orlando.
Oh. So you do your shopping at Sci-Fi City, right?
Yeah, well, I used to do games there too. Yeah, so I mean, I haven't been there recently because I've moved to DeLand. But yeah, there's no game store up in this area, so I'll be probably having to go to Sci-Fi City or somewhere in between there and here. So that's nice.
Yeah, I don't know of any between you and there.
Yeah, nobody does. Even Google Maps doesn't, so I'm sure there isn't.
So for
there's like Altamont.
Home, if you're anywhere in the Orlando area, you definitely want to go to Sci-Fi City. I know that because I've moved around a lot myself and lived in the Orlando area. And
have you been there? You said?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
For about there were about 2 years where that's the only place that's on my money for comics, for role-playing games, for anything. You know,
yeah. Yeah, actually, I was frequenting it. I used to live on John Young Parkway in Orlando, so it was pretty close, and definitely the best store in the area in all of Orlando, really, just in terms of support for the players and for games and just, you know, merchandise. They've always got constantly changing stock and the new stuff, and then some of the old stuff too, you know, that they keep on hand. So they're well rounded, and yeah, I really appreciate stores like that. So.
Oh yeah, but they're few and far between, and that's really your first line of support. Especially places like Sci-Fi City, because when I was going there, the whole facility was the size of like a Walgreens or, you know, something like that, because they had bought a building that was next door and turned it into nothing but open gaming.
Yeah, so they've got a building set up on its own now. Yeah, and it's pretty large. It's like you say, like a Walgreens size.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and they've got a lot of tables in there still. They even have a little section for video gaming, and you can pay by the hour to like do some like LAN party stuff or something like that. I mean, I was really kind of blown away by the place. You know, to see they had both dice and like maybe Xbox controllers, you know, in the same place, and it was just like, oh, okay, this is everything I like.
Exactly. You know, the formidable comic collection. The entire checkout lane was built around basically a constructed castle's tower that had weapons, collector's weapons, like on every side. And anytime I wanted to do any sort of event, they were always my first stop. You know, the conversation was as easy as, how many players do you know play X? You know, whereas where I am, which is in Franklin, North Carolina.
Oh yeah.
We don't have a good game store. You know, I have to drive, or excuse me, let me, I'm not going to mince words because I'm a disabled veteran, so somebody has to drive me an hour and a half just to get to a decent store. You know, so I don't get out there very much. But we do have a very good store in Nashville.
Oh yeah, Nashville. I've heard it.
Nashville.
Oh, okay, Asheville. Sorry. Yes, you said Carolina. I thought maybe you'd moved or something.
No. No, Nashville is a really great place for it too. Fort Collins, that whole area, Clarksville. You know, I mean, it's around the Fort Collins Army base, and I mean they've got a whole lot of gaming stores, and they're very supportive too.
I imagine the college has a lot to do with that too. So yeah.
Most college towns, or bigger college towns, actually have a bigger.
Lost connection. I'm gonna...
Yeah, I got dropped.
Oh, there you are.
Yep. Hey, cool.
Okay.
So
yeah, okay. That's okay. So this is something that interests me too. Is you know, like there's plenty of players that complain about they don't have a friend, you know, their friendly local gaming store nearby. Of course, they're wondering, what do I do, right? You know, or how do I increase awareness about something or get players for my idea? And you know, I always have like I think they're good ideas, but then in practice they end up usually not being great ideas. They don't like get a lot of attention. So maybe we could talk about that, you know, like how to get a live game together, or even just interaction with people, because face to face you can show somebody a game much easier than, you know, you might could in a video. So
yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice to like videotape that interaction too, and have that as maybe your, you know, your thing that you're using, you know, to help people understand what the game is, because they get their questions answered most likely, you know.
Right. Well, why don't we start with that? and then we'll actually get into some world building.
We can talk about whatever the agenda is that's good for what you want to talk about too, because world building interests me as well, and I'm sort of semi world building now. I guess that's mostly built, but I have a lot to talk about on that too.
Okay. Well, I've published 2 game books so far, and I've set out 3 games that were free, basically
Okay.
just pick up and play. But I'm actually currently looking for another playtest script for the game that I will release before the year's up. Chronicles of the Orb, Shading and Soul. Long name, simple premise. It's a gothic horror fantasy game designed for more role play than anything else, but still has rules for casual combat. It's taken me forever to get it to that point where you can do what you want without overbearing on players that want to play it more simply.
Yeah, if I understand it, it's one of the key concepts is that you want to have like small amounts of detail be as helpful as maybe large amounts of detail, but then maybe large amounts of detail at depth,
Right.
And yeah, complexity to the system if you want it. So it's there if you want it.
Exactly. It's there if you want it. If you don't want it, you have a blank map. You can walk to it. Everything in the game is literally designed, take it or leave it, and that's mostly because I love sandboxing, which is like one or two philosophies that game designers usually end up.
Right. That's one of your core concepts, right? Is the whole. You're not going to necessarily maybe do a directed adventure. You might have an adventure more of with a landscape of things to do,
right?
For players to explore.
Yeah. Well,
And
that's a big thing for me. Growing up reading H.P. Lovecraft and things like that had the sense of exploration behind it. And that's just the way I prefer to do it. On occasion, yeah, I'll fall down and I'll play a module with the campaign setting or whatever. But most of the time, I'll take the campaign setting, turn it into whatever I want. Or in better cases, when I have players block. Because I've run lots of games where people have said, "Oh, I want to play for that rules," and I'm like, "That's awesome. That's my favorite setting for the game." And then we sit down to do it, and they don't know what the Hunters are. They've never heard the name Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. And I'm having trouble hearing you. Hopefully it's clear on your end. I'm really having trouble hearing.
Well, I hear you fine, but I might need to switch around.
It's just like a really nasty background noise on my end, but
yeah, it's my fans. What about now?
Yeah, it's just really loud, that fan noise. I mean, maybe on your end it's not too bad. You're broadcasting too, so like if
Well, I bet it's better now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, for some reason my computer didn't recognize my mic. I just had to go in there and turn it on. So apologies to those of you who are, watching. Hopefully I've gone from talking like this and now you can actually hear me.
Yeah, you just sounded like a million miles away to me, and I was like, oh, maybe that's not happening in your end. I don't know.
No, everything sounds good from my end.
Sounds great. Sounds clear right now. Yeah.
Good. So, I mean, tell me, sell me on what you're trying to write.
So you want the elevator pitch. This is like commonly like what you call that, right? Hello?
I'm still
Back?
here.
Okay. So did you hear my question?
No, I didn't. I was talking and then it shut down for a moment.
Okay. So I heard you ask, but basically to me sounds like an elevator pitch. Is that what you're asking for?
Exactly. You know, you've got a limited time to hook somebody, even in general. You meet somebody in a store and you're like wanting to get their attention quick and be like, hey, I've got this game. What would you think about playing it or whatever? Because on my end, like I said, I have to find whole brand new play testers. I've got to find a way to bring my game home to other players, and get the product known. So in most cases, when you're just starting out, the best thing you can do is go into a game store and literally corner somebody and be like, hey man, how are you? This is who I am. Can I talk to you for just a minute? And most gamers love to talk about games. But yeah.
Okay, so let me see if I can do this too. See if I can add a third on there. It doesn't look like it doesn't work again. So I'll try to do the custom lower third again, but I'm not seeing that. So so this game is it's called Legacy of the New World. I always want to start with the title. The title for me is evocative because it's about the distant future or the forgotten past. It's a game about a spark of humanity seeking to be rekindled, and not just one world, but two worlds, an old and a new, that are built atop each other and that you will explore.
Okay.
So it's about building a legacy in a post-apocalyptic civilization set among fantasy and horror elements.
Okay, because it sounds kind of high concept. Which is to say, I mean, my game, Shadium Song is very high concept, so it's definitely not a bad thing. But it's one of those things that would definitely need more explanation, to actually get somebody to go, well, hell yeah, I'll commit, 5 to 6 hours on a weekly basis to play this game.
Right. Well, and I think there's something true to that. I think that there's also the element too that you want to whet their appetite. If they're interested to hear more at that point, then you know that the next things you're going to say will be more interesting to them. It looks like I've lost you again. Hold on. I'm going to just double check that I don't have anything downloading here. I keep losing signal. I'm just going to put some things and turn them off. Disable my peer block. Hopefully that helps. And I've got some YouTube windows that are just up that aren't doing anything, but you never know with that. Okay, so that may improve our connection quality. But yeah, basically what I was just saying is that the connection that you're trying to get with that player to get them at least interested enough to hear some more of what you have to say, I feel like should be somewhat vague. It should suggest the ideas that they have in their mind of what they want to do, but not necessarily define those ideas.
Okay, well, what happens when expectations turn out to not be what the player was hoping for?
Well, they'll get it. They'll get their expectations either. They'll be met with that reward about what they wanted or what they didn't want immediately, right? Because they're going to ask, like, okay, what does it have this?
Yeah.
Does it have that? Does it have elves? Does it have dragons? Does it have technology? High technology. What is it? And it's like so that kind of stuff. I feel like that'll tell you right away too what players are interested in. If you've got questions like that, I think that helps you to kind of get people interested in the game, because then they don't hear it all at once, right? They generate a spark of interest, basically.
Yeah.
So I mean, but I see what you're saying too. There's also, you can say more, right? So like I
Right.
didn't prepare what I'd said. So maybe if I
Yeah.
prepared it, I would probably have like maybe a few more words in there to inject what to paint a broader picture, you know.
Yeah. Um, well, what about like standard gaming tropes? You know, you said this is post-apocalypse horror. Um, so I mean, do you try and play on certain tropes, or I mean, do you try and ignore them? I mean, everybody's got their own thing. Most
Hmm.
people try and do, well, we're going to keep some tropes, you know, but we're not going to keep others. And situations like that, players will get a little bit iffy because you either have to introduce something new to them or cater to their expectations. Again, goes into their expectations. Which way do you lean on that?
So the one of the things that I knew early on about this game is that I did want to break some expectations, in the sense that I didn't want to rely on the past just for the sake of the past. So, you know, seeing that there's lots of great things in dungeon delving and, you know, resource management, and there's all these games that mix all these elements in one way or another, and D&D being really popular takes up a large space, you know. So I identified early on that I would branch away from those things a little bit, but then keep enough of the core, the things that I felt were important to the experience, to draw those players in, as well as new players that are maybe looking for something a little different. So tropes like the explorer in the darkness, finding a, you know, a relic of the past, things like that. I want to keep that. I want that fantasy element of somebody hunting down a secret, a lost secret, or some kind of ancient knowledge. I want that trope. I don't want the high stress on resource management that is present in most post-apocalypse. I want it to be that the apocalypse happened so long ago that this world's basically forgotten about it. So,
Okay.
you know, that would be a somewhat of a different take on it there. Also, I wanted to have the dramatic situations have a system there in play to reward dramatic role playing as much as combat, or at least on some level, some more level playing field than combat.
Yeah, that's something
So,
I really, you know, suffer with is the XP and how much to give, even if there's no combat going on. You know, how much do you actually have to give to the players to A, keep their interest, B, allow them to advance in line with your expectations, and keeping balance with all of that. Um, you know, because unless you've play tested a game for several years, it's hard to come up with numbers that match that well. I mean, first off, here's a great question. Do you use level based experience, or do you use point based?
right. So it's sort of not a blending, but we'll say it's mostly a level based, with some elements of you can exchange something out, you know, to replace a benefit that you would normally get for your advancement at a particular choice. You know, you have choices, in other words, but there's kind of a
Um,
there's kind of a prescribed order of you're going to get a benefit of this type, benefit of that type, benefit of this type, and then you're going to get your next set of abilities, and you know, so it's kind of like level. It's basically level, but it's just relabeled, you know,
okay,
and
so
tiered into layers, you know.
so basically, kind of like Savage Worlds or Numenera and the Cipher system.
Yeah,
Uh,
so very much that. Yeah, like that. Yeah, and also other.
a
There's
lot of
lots of
people
game
like that.
systems. There's a lot of game systems that do that to kind of encourage a, you know, a more broader sense of progression instead of a, I don't know, just straight narrow linear kind of thing. Even though it is linear, it gives you that illusion
Yeah.
of more choice, which is not even an illusion. It really is, you know, it's a way to fine tune what you want, but it kind of keeps the designers knowing where you're going to be, you know, at the top of your progression versus the bottom, and then still give you choices, you know.
Yeah.
So it is hybrid. It is hybrid,
Yeah.
you know, like World of Darkness, you've got zaniness going on where people can be 5 dots in firearms, for example, which is, and then start the game that way, and then that kind of leaves no room for progression, and then you end up getting very high numbers real quickly. That maybe the designers were like, well, you know, that's fine, we want that, you know, but then it
actually,
breaks certain other things, you know.
I can comment on that. Because I helped the Camarillo, which was kind of the fan club that did the live action stuff. I was very heavily involved with the Camarillo LARPing, Mind's Eye Theater, or whatever you want to call it, for several years. And it finally breaks down to the point of, does it break your game, but does it make your players happy?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
They say
yeah,
the game comes first, and then after a couple of months of back and forth, they say, "Well, whatever makes your players happy, do that." But then you get into the problem of, well, it makes these people happy, but it doesn't make these happy. That the inclusion is there, and they're like, "No, no, no! As long as you're keeping players happy, and then you can go and work on making those other players happy." To which I always say, "Okay, when does that stop?" You know.
Yeah, and that falls in line with game development in general, that they have this battle of that people find flaws and then they want a supplement released or some kind of errata, and then they're like pushing for the errata, and then you're like, well, I'm trying to release something to make the original better, more, you know, appealing, so I don't have time for all that, you know. It's like, if I don't get this out, my game dies. So you know, there's so, you know, and that's something that recently watched a lot of videos on too, was the VATS life cycle and kind of the feedback that comes in after, and how important it is that, you know, a company can respond to that, right? Like, it's important that you can respond to it in some way, but hopefully your product is strong enough on its own that it doesn't need that much, you know, criticism, but some of that criticism is going to be good, you know, and it's important, I think, to listen to it at some, you know, in some ways, you know. So.
Yeah, and I think the best way to do that, at least in, you know, my own untold years of doing this,
I know you're very experienced, but viewers may not. Viewers may not know. So I don't know if you want to.
I mean, yeah, I've been doing this for more than half of my life, so let's just leave it at that.
And you're what, 16? So I mean, that's.
Oh yeah, I know, man. I mean, it's one of those numbers where when I say more than half, it actually means something.
Yeah, no, you say it with experience, and so I'm just gonna guess you've done this for probably 15, 20, right? So if you say half your life, 15 would make you 30.
I actually got started in 1983, 1982, 1983, somewhere in there.
Rocky time, but that's cool. It's free time, very, very free time in the industry.
Oh yeah.
You do a lot.
You know, and it was those first few encounters with role-playing games where I decided I wanted to be a writer. You know, and it wasn't until later that I decided I wanted to just design role-playing games. But one of the things that has been most useful to me when I play test is to look at everybody before everybody gets offline or before everybody starts packing and say, okay, tell me one thing you hated about the game. Okay, now tell me one thing that you loved about the game. Okay, now give me your opinion on one thing that happened in this game that might not have happened in another. Just something to focus on. And it doesn't matter if it's good or bad or if it's just, you know, a vague opinion, you know. But
something memorable.
That feedback, getting that feedback from your players, especially when you're first really developing things, you know, it's that kind of those are the things you have to listen for, you know. And I always ask what they hated first, um, because we're gamers and we're very vocal. And if we don't like something, we're going to sit back and say, well, this sucks, you know. And I think people like to go ahead and get that out of the way. So maybe there aren't the wrong kind of feelings hurt or anything, but also it gives them a chance to vent. And gamers love to vent.
Yeah, there's inevitably something that one of the gamers who's more experienced is going to feel strongly about a rule that he's seen 3 variations of, and he goes, "Oh, I like this one so much better than what he did in your game, what you did in your game," and I'm going to tell you about it every time it comes up.
Yep.
Or whatever, you know, whatever the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like I hate that attack roll, you know, and then just you try to get them to hold on to it, and then give them that chance. So at least they can tell you, you know. So it's good to tell them ahead of time that they're going to get that chance. Be like, at the end of the game, we'll do a, you know, give me your burst, give me your best, and then a what's memorable kind of thing, and that way you can share your deepest, intimate thoughts and not spill them out all over the table during the game.
Yes. And that's one thing that I've realized doing games online is the fact that you're on time constraints. Unlike anything else, even when I would run at conventions, you know, and I've done my fair share of that as well. But you've got to, if you say that the session's going to be 2 to 3 hours, you have to make sure it's 2 to 3 hours. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
And how do you go about making sure something's timed if you've never had a chance to run it before? You know, this is a convention exclusive, and no one else will ever get the chance to play this module. Okay, it's you've got a 3-hour time slot now, so you have to be able to run it in 3 hours or less.
And that's a skill that designers need, is planning. You know, even as in general, it doesn't. This really applies to, you know, running an online game, but, you know, or a convention game rather. But, you know, it applies to that as well. But I think in general, you need that skill, you know, to be able to have the planning and forethought to go, all right, I know I've got like 3 kind of sections to this thing that I want to do before they leave, and I want to leave them at this spot. So by, you know, hour 1 or, you know, whatever, section 1, I need to make sure I've gotten through that and just keep on pace. And yeah, that's one of those things that I think that if you're a fledgling designer and you're not a game master, active game master, you'll have issues with trying to show off the beginnings of your adventure or your game. You know, you're trying to show off the story starters. You know, maybe you want to build, maybe even want to build some story with them collaboratively, whatever. You know, it could be a great thing, but you got to get it, you know, delivered across and in a good enough time frame that they remember that game. You want them to be your fans after.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, again, you know, how are you going to make these people happy? Complete strangers, all of them have shown up for the first time. You've never gamed with any of them. I don't care how well you know somebody, or even if they're even just online friends. The first time you sit down to game with somebody, it's always telling. It is always telling. And trying to sit back and, you know, compensate for, oh, wow, you know, I didn't think, you know, my best friend was going to react to this as strongly as he did, or whatever, you know. I mean, you know, it's just like anything. It's just like anything else, you know. You know, people have different faces for different things, and a lot of people, when it comes to role playing, they don't act anything like they do in real life. Thank God. I mean, you know, most of the things that go on in a game would get you arrested and put in prison for the rest of your life. You know, I mean, and we've seen that in history, unfortunately. You know, it's like the whole pit bull scenario. Everybody's afraid of pit bulls because there have been cases of people that didn't train their dog right. Didn't matter that it was a pit bull, just the fact that they didn't know how to train their dog. And people latch on to it and go, oh, pit bulls are bad, you know. Oh, D&D is bad because that one kid killed himself and the game made him do it. You know,
right.
It's the exact same thing. You know, you can't turn it around like that, you know.
Yeah, I can see the parallels, especially too with video gaming too, right? You know, like video gaming and violence, and then before that it was D&D, right? So
Exactly.
like, yeah.
Penn and Teller did an excellent episode where they found the world's best. What is it? Call of Duty. You know, or whichever one's the modern, the really big modern one. I guess Modern Warfare. I don't know. But anyway, one of those games found the world's best player. Found out that the guy was 8 years old. 8 years old, and
wow.
he was worried that playing in all those video games would create a monster. You know, and so Penn and Teller went in and they're talking to the kid, and one of them would just talk to the kid about whatever. The other one was always going, well, tell me about this game. Tell me about everything you can do. Show me how many different kills you can make, you know, and, you know.
Seeing how excited he gets about the aggression and the violence.
And he seemed like a completely normal kid on both ends. You know, yeah, he got excited about the violence, but you know what? He also got excited about the violence when he was watching the first Avengers movie. You know, I mean, come on. But then again, there's that whole cycle of comic books, and it's evil because that took place too.
Yeah, it's definitely a stigma. There's a stigma attached to the whole genre, really, still a little bit. Not so much in present days. It's more understood as the internet begins to spread knowledge. But I think, yeah, there is still some of that. But you know, I think it's a non-issue for us, except to maybe to spread more awareness about. You know, I think it's something that we can't actively really like deter without being already. You have to be kind of in a position of, you know, some kind of notoriety, right, to really spread awareness about something. Or maybe this is your way to do it. You know, but
it's one of those things that I was always laughing at with World of Darkness and Palladium games. I'm not going to say anything bad about them because
those helped me develop moral reactions to things. Honestly, I mean, it's experiences I've never had, murder and rape and stuff like that, never happened to me. But to see a character going through that, I kind of can empathize with it now. You know, to have experienced a role playing scene involving mature topics like that.
But not even then. It's the fact that it was so bad in the early 90s. That, you know, game companies were getting sued, and they ended up putting this huge full one-page disclaimers saying this is not meant to be anything in line with anything real whatsoever. This is all just fantasy, you know, and all that other kind of stuff. It was a full page in every book that was coming out in the early 90s. And you know, maybe that helped some, maybe it hurt some. But just nowadays people just don't seem to care.
Well, I mean, but you can't really fault the industry for wanting that, right? Because I mean, that'd be like saying, I mean, that's like those pictures on the grill that say don't put the grill inside of a tent, you know, and you're like, and it's got the diagram of like, I saw one the other day and I was like laughing at it because I'm like, who does that? Who puts their grill and sets it up in the tent? It's probably going to touch the edges of the tent.
Oh, dude.
With its hot metal. But then I'm like, you know what? There was somebody that decided to do that with a full standing grill and just set it up in their tent. I was like, thinking that was cool.
I was in the military for a number of years, so I've seen the depths of human stupidity. But
I've seen some Darwin awards give.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
So, well,
Penn and Teller. At the end of it, they got the parents to sign off on taking the kid to a gun range. You know, and the kid was sitting there playing on his PSP or whatever, all the way driving up there, and they were like, "How cool is it do you think that you're about to get to shoot real weapons?" And he's like, "Shh, I'm playing my game." You know, and he gets up there.
Yeah. He's like, "Bother me when we get there," you know.
Well, he got there, and at first he was kind of excited, and you know, it was just a little .22 hunting rifle, you know. He took one shot. Nobody noticed if he hit or not because at that point nobody cared. He dropped the gun and was screaming. He was so scared. And Penn and Teller were both like, man, neither one of us saw that coming. He stopped playing all those video games.
Oh wow.
It scared him that much, and they actually issued an apology to the kid on that episode when it aired. They were like, we are so sorry we did that to you.
Yeah, that worked way too well. I'm sorry, like we wanted to scare him, but we didn't want to give him nightmares, forever. But
exactly, and that comes into.
But the game should have did that, right? If the game was going to do that, because it's that kind of violence, right? And if the game's going to do that, not do that rather. But if the video game doesn't do that, and really it's kind of incapable in some ways, because you don't get emotional connection to any of the characters you're killing in the course of a first-person shooter. I mean, sometimes if you get lucky, like Metal Gear Solid's done some stuff, that's been pretty amazing in that front. But like that experience of that, is lost, that connection to the person that's dying. And so, in a story game like this, we can explore those genres, more fully. We can really get in the feels of the players, and let them explore those feelings too. So yeah, I mean, I'm interested in seeing that kind of content, and I'm interested in hearing how you might try to tell people that that's in your game. Like, for example, when they say, okay, so is this a G-rated game, R-rated game? What are we talking here? And you tell them it's full R-rated, maybe NC-17, But how do you explain that? Do you just tell them straight out and see their reaction?
Personally, I tell them straight out. I mean, seriously, the way that I've set out the release for Shadium Song is you have basically the beginner set, which is bare bones. It doesn't have many races in it. It doesn't have many monsters in it, but it sandboxes the continent that the main government is on.
So a setting guide, essentially, plus a little, plus a quick start.
Basically, yeah. And the whole thing might be, 120 pages, 150 pages, somewhere in there. And then I have another one that is basically the next up, that has more races, more options in combat, more specific equipment, more specificity, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the third set, which gets more into it, and the final, the epic set, that is everything in one collection. But I basically put the rating system on it. I was like, if you want, a G-rated role-playing game, something along the lines of, I don't know. You know what? I can't even think of a decent G-rated fantasy movie. The Last Unicorn.
The Last Unicorn. Say like Fern Gully, maybe.
Okay, Fern Gully, yeah, there would be another one. If you wanted to play a game with those kind of feelings and those kind of expectations, then all you want is this beginner set. That's all you want. You don't want anything else. And then, okay, well, what if I want PG-13? I'm like, okay, well, that's where the second one comes in. And it gives you more of those options to where you can build in a much more mature storyline. Okay.
Well, would you say that that those are then not important to how enjoyable your game is to have the maturity level that they use, that this would be something more universal?
It's a little bit more universal in the fact that if you're wanting to play, say, a PG or PG-13, type of game using Shadium Song, there are certain races that are left out. Namely, one of them is called the Canithran, and they excel at this type of magic that is fueled by torture and depravity in all of its incarnations. It's disgusting, and it takes somebody who can stomach some Clive Barker like his earlier stories.
Okay.
You know, or even Hellraiser. I mean,
Yeah.
Hellraiser's, you know, pretty up there too.
So you were referring to like Puppet Master and things like that too.
Well,
Like,
well, kind of, but you know, I mean, my idea of horror is very skewed, just because you know I was really introduced to it all in about 92 or 82, 83, with a very popular series that I was reading at the time. British, of course. I started on everything from over there in the pond, other end of the pond. I didn't play D&D until I was in the military.
okay.
But so I got exposed to that kind of old ones.
Yeah, the mythos of Cthulhu, you know, or Lovecraft is
yeah,
that's a tantamount, I think, and it's weird for a lot of for me as an American who hasn't really gotten much of it. I just get it from the internet. Like I don't really get it from any popular.
Now, you know?
Yeah, I don't get any of it, you know, from my friends or like that I know in real life. You know, like none of them have ever heard of. They're like, well.
I mean, you read the original first edition for Warhammer, and it specifically talks about old ones, and then you know you get into like you know the Heroes of Magnamoon series that I was addicted to reading when I was that age, and you're reading it and you're just like, you know, well, these are old ones. They're not using the words, but you know, these are old ones that I'm fighting in hand-to-hand combat against. And then of course Palladium has their old ones as well, and it's I grew up looking at things going, this is standard, you know. I mean, these really depraved things. I've been reading in role-playing games since I started role-playing games. Pardon me. And
so that's obviously influenced you. I mean,
yeah, I mean, because that's been, I read that, and you know, I started telling stories like that, and you know, I start getting in trouble because my mom's like, you know, what are you talking about? You know, and you know, and anybody like that, you know, you start conversating about, you know, some seriously dark subject matter, and all of a sudden people can take it completely the wrong way. I've seen game groups. What's that?
I got a quick question for you, Len. I bet you can relate. Have you ever gotten in trouble for a story you wrote for school?
Yes.
I wrote one with too much violence. I think maybe you can relate to that.
Violence, language, gore. In one case, sexuality. I mean, it was just because I was in a magnet program, so I was studying creative writing when I was in junior high. But then again, to hear my mom tell it, I wrote my first book when I was like 5. I have no proof of this. I think that's just the, you know, the doting mother.
Yeah, of varying quality, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, why am I not published yet? No, I've actually seen some of those books, and I mean, yeah, it would have been good back in the 80s, but nowadays, man, kids nowadays have such a bell curve against everybody else. But yeah, I know that pain. I know that pain well.
Yeah, it's like your idea is too brash to be acceptable, and that just makes you want to write more.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, because you're like, I will, if I write about this enough, people will either get over it or they'll love it.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my thoughts anyway as a kid. Like growing up I mean, I grew up in the 90s. You know, I'm a decade behind you, but in that sense, there was also a lot of change going on in the media during that time, especially with you know, the crazy popularity of Vampire Masquerade and how that was starting to filter into all of our TV shows, and you know, it was getting
literally in the case of Vampire the Masquerade, which I have stories on that I could share, but that's not the point of this.
Right.
So
But yeah, it seemed
Um,
relevant. I was like, yeah, that game does seem to exemplify where my interests were that were unacceptable. Those unacceptable interests kind of got met with games like
yeah,
that and other
where
fantasies.
was Werewolf for me because again, I would look at it and go, there are old ones in this.
Right.
I don't care
Well,
what
equivalent. Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. Most everything in Werewolf the Apocalypse was about old ones and the servitor races and all of that. Um, that's just the way it reads,
Mhm.
and that's the way it plays, and that's why it's still one of my favorite games today. Um, but if you look hard enough, you can see that you know the old man had his hand in stories that have come out recently, and nobody's giving him credit because it's public domain now. But I mean,
The old man. Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the old man is probably his nicest moniker that people have given him. Some call him racist, some call him sexist, some call him, whatever, but fans usually just leave it at the old man.
Fantastic writer, I'd have to go with. I mean, he's just a pioneer in that field. So, yeah.
Well, literally, I mean,
Well, he invented his own genre. So,
exactly. How many
I mean,
people can how many people can say that?
yeah, how much
You
better
know,
can you really hope for as a writer?
you can't.
Even if there's all this mixed opinion, it's like, oh well, I created a genre, dude. If there's Cthulhu mystery is now like a thing. It's like
Yeah.
that style of horror and mystery is all. Yeah. So
Mhm.
I think that's great. Um, and I definitely appreciate his work. So, you know, I definitely draw on some of that in my games that I've written in the past, or that my adventure stories that I've written. There's usually something unknowable or totally horrific that warps someone's mind at some point. I enjoy that concept, and I do also enjoy torturing players with tentacles. So yeah, so it works out good.
Absolutely.
And players love to
Absolutely.
be, disgusted by it, so it's even better.
Yeah. Um, why don't we take a quick 5-minute break? I'm gonna get something else to drink, take my dog outside.
Yeah, I could use a drink
And
as well.
yeah, and when we get back on here, let's actually jump into world development. Talk about the different ways that it can be done and how you approach it specifically.
Mm.
Okay. So,
Okay,
all right,
I'll be
everybody at home, we'll be right back.
Oh, we're just waiting on Mark at this point. But those of you who have just come in, just started watching, we've been talking about a lot of what builds up to the creation, at least the formation of ideas for the creation of role-playing games. And, you know, we've just been bouncing back and forth, you know, talking about subject matter, you know, a couple of different ideas. Actually, here he is back. So, all right, we'll get started right back up here.
Yo.
Logan. Okay.
Okay. So you're talking to yourself about world building? You want to fill me in on what you were talking about?
I just was, you know, I guess restating some of the things we've been talking about. But next, I think we were going to do actual world building. I mean, everybody and their mother who's ever created role-playing games has probably approached it from different directions. And I know that even the esteemed Monty Cook puts it that it's, for the most part, done in one of two ways. And that's start big, focus in, or start small and focus out. And before I say anything about it, you know, did you take one of those approaches, or did you do something else? What was your approach?
Okay, so I'm familiar with both. I am familiar with that discussion too about, you know, the different spectrums of the game, you know, going from a macro perspective to a micro and vice versa. So with this game, I've basically been set out on the initial experience and the broad setting side of it, and kind of not working at both ends, I guess, mainly from the macro side. Like I kind of stay, you know, in the designer level where I'm like, all right, these are good story seeds, good ideas for complicated situations that I think the players will enjoy, you know, interacting with and having you know, and then now when it came to writing a first adventure for it, that's when I had to think about, all right, well, the players aren't going to want to be on a world conflict with the first session. They're not that interested yet, right? Exactly. So I picked out, you know, one particular situation, one trope or whatever that I'm trying to support, and I said, you know, that's one that I can use, and that would be the idea of, you know, a village that is has some sort of a you know, there's murders going on that are mysterious, and then they can kind of do a whodunit, but then that brings them into contact with the, you know, the wonder of the setting instead of what they thought. And so that they get, you know, they get their dose of, you know, all this everything else that I want to show them about the setting, kind of to get them set up for, oh, this is the kind of games we might play in the future, and yeah, I really want that. Or, you know, hopefully not. Hopefully they don't say the other way, but yeah. So that's how I build the world. You know, I'm doing it kind of on both ends, I guess. Think about it that way.
Okay. You know. Yeah. I know a lot of people that do that too. I've tried that and both of the, you know, the focus, the micro and the macro of it. But now I don't do that. I don't do any of that anymore. I get a concept for what I'm going to do for basically a new game. And you know what the first thing I do is? I design the character sheet.
Okay. And so you obviously find a benefit to that. There may be some that would say, how could you do that, right?
Yeah.
You know, you don't have any rules in place yet. But I see what I could see there's be some benefits in that too, and that it would help. It would formulate a different kind of game maybe too.
Yeah, and that's actually how I decide on if I'm going to buy a new game or not. Is, you know, the character sheet. You know, because it's the quickest way to look at a game when you don't have a long time and go, okay, well, I can kind of see what kind of things are important to the game by looking at the character sheet.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's the strongest indicator of what's going to be important to your character and what you're going to be playing around.
Exactly. So that's why I do it that way. Fortunately, I've been using the same game mechanics for what now, 11 years. So all my character sheets use those mechanics. So all my character sheets look the same way now. But I've never met anybody else that did it that way, and that always made me feel, kind of nice. I was like, okay, I'm doing something that, maybe isn't really being done in the industry, but like you said, I mean, it has its good points to it. It's easy to see, what the focus points are.
No, I may misunderstand too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we were talking about world building. So how did that relate to the world building in the sense of, okay, these are the things that are important to the character in that sense? So how did that?
Well, it's pretty simple.
World building.
Yeah. I'd look at the character sheet and I'd basically go, okay, well, how do I want these mechanics to work? Okay, here's my master list of skills. How complicated do I want it? And then I remembered back before I had done any real game design for it, I remembered a story that I wrote that basically told where the nature of all forms of training, anything useful that you can attempt to do, stem back to old folklore, or basically legendary of 8 brothers who went out trying to save their tribe from all sorts of difficulties, and each one came back with a mastered skill. So there are 8 skills,
Okay.
and that's just one way to look at it.
Yeah, and I can see how that directly correlates to the game. The mechanics can correlate to this, should correlate to the setting. And that's really what your game is, right? Is how do those correlate to the setting in terms of a tabletop role-playing game? Yeah, so I get it.
I think it's important for people to look at their character sheet. They've never played before. They look at the character sheet and they can kind of go, yeah, I can kind of see some of the ways that this might work, without even reading the rules. And then and then they go through character creation and they're like, wow, this worked the exact way I thought it would,
or this skill is used for what I thought it was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a prime example, I guess, is maybe going back to another game that we're both familiar with, World of Darkness. If you look at the skill set, you see a lot of them are kind of flavored in a way that suggests criminal undertones. Some of them are also flavored in a way that, the word choice is important. So
yeah, exactly.
It gives clues. It gives clues as to what your game's going to be about. If you have a skill for thievery, as well as, a skill for streetwise.
Yeah, which in my game they're both wrapped up in one skill. Yeah.
And then a game that maybe has 2 of those, maybe it's trying to accentuate different portions of that life,
Right.
And so maybe a game about thieves, like Thieves World, there's probably several different areas. I'm not 100% familiar with the game, but I do know that it's a game about, a world riddled with thieves, basically. And so there's a lot of, emphasis on that in the character sheet. You can get that right away. You can just start looking at it.
And again, getting back to world building, I was familiar with games that had a lot of skill listings. And so I thought I had to do the same way back in the day.
Like you mentioned GURPS, right? So
GURPS, yeah, but the Palladium series, oh my God, especially when you're playing riffs with all those disparate technology levels.
I've definitely I've had the experience of riffs, and also writing a game that tried to do similar things with a technology level that wide.
Yeah,
things can get tough. So.
Things can get tough, yes, but I like the riff storylines. I just don't particularly care for the mechanics. I am one of those that I'm so glad that Savage Worlds is about to be releasing a new version of it.
Ah,
But I'm kind of
well,
scared the same way. You know, you look at that and you're like, how are they going to take care of this, and how are they going to take care of that? Because when it comes to Kevin Simbadia, you can tell for him that the way he designed his game mechanics was actually playing a game. You know, and he would literally turn around and write the game around whatever it was that they were playing. And, you know, I think that's how it got to be so convoluted in the first place, you know.
Yeah, and I think there was also a tendency at that point to want to push some boundaries, you know, that hadn't been explored really. So Rifts did what they did to open up some floodgates, I guess, in a way, but then, and doing so added layers and layers of complexity that really get in the way of what you're trying to do, maybe in a story game. But you know, I think that I bet you Palladium, if they release another Rifts, I bet you they would use the same game system. I think they believe in it that much, and you can see that in their licensing and things like that. You know, that company is partial to what they did then. It had to happen though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like it had to happen. So I appreciate it for that. You know, it did something that I would have never ever undertook. To come up with deep percentage roll, you know, tables out the wazoo that cover all these different things. So
yeah,
I would have never took that.
I felt like I was playing Worldmaster again, which is notorious for all of its tables. In fact, during character creation, characters can die.
Right. When Rollmaster is totally the world simulator kind of a character generating experience too. So that's a prime example of that. Which I tend to steer clear of, but you know, I see its purpose. I guess it's an interesting thing.
Yeah,
it's an interesting thing. I mean, I've done it. So.
Yeah.
3.5. I mean.
Oh, good Lord! Yeah, I mean. The timeline for my game creation, I'm going to break it down here real quick. When I first started writing it, I was writing it so it could be published with Palladium Fantasy or Palladium Games. Rifts came out a little bit too much similar for my taste, so okay, you know, I'm going to start trying to make up my own mechanics. And again, I was trying to come up with a character sheet and a streamlined way of showing things before I actually wrote down any rules. That never went anywhere. And so I revised everything and started making another mechanical system until third edition came out. And then I started running 3.5, and I was writing it all up in 3.5 and whatnot. They announced fourth edition. I threw up my arms and feet. I was just like, what the hell are they doing? I mean, they really.
Well, that's quite a span there in third and fourth, but
yeah, my whole point was the fact that there was so much in 3.5. You were shooting yourself in the foot if you dropped it. You know, and look at what happened with Wizards of the Coast when fourth edition came out. You know, all the old timers sat back and said, "What is this piece of shit?" You know.
Well, and I think that had a lot to do with the disconnect too with their market. You know, and more to do with certain individuals within the company. You know, taking
Cook.
Yeah. Well,
you know, the fact that he quit, you know, I mean, that kind of doomed them.
Yeah. And what's really weird to me is, you know, is that I don't think he ever looked back on that until recently when he tried to, you know, go back and work for Wizards. I don't think he ever really looked back on the decision and said, "Oh, when did I give up?" I don't think he did. I think, you know, it was just the time was right for him to venture out and explore his own paths. And,
exactly. I thank him for that.
yeah, absolutely. That was well timed, you know, obviously with Planescape and things like that. Those other projects that he got involved with along the way in between that departure from Wizards and his subsequent return and departure again. So
have you ever seen him run a game? You ever watch a video where he's running a game?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's all by the seat of his pants, and no matter what the story subject is, it's always fun to sit back and watch it being played, because definitely in the 80s and the 90s, when somebody says, "Oh, I'll just watch," I would sit back and be like, "No, you don't want to do that. That is the most boring thing in the world."
Oh, and it can be. Yeah, it can be.
It can be, but now with the advert of and the dominance of YouTube, I mean, you can watch 10 minutes of a video and go, "I'm not going to like this," and it's usually because of the players and the GM. I mean, because like I tried to find videos of other people playing Numenera, and I just have a hard time sinking my teeth into them.
Right.
With the exception of one storyline that I watched way back when.
I believe we were talking about it too. The English, the English gamers I found them to be a gem among a pile of rubble. Really, it was kind of like, well, there is a lot of fan videos, right? There's a lot of them for such a new game, and it's tough to find one that really captures the essence of what I think Monty was trying to deliver with Numenera in the GMing chapters and how to tackle a story and deliver a story. I see a lot of that. I think that's something that Monty was trying to undertake with release of Numenera as well. The Cypher system was trying to tackle those kind of issues that are latent from experiences with other game systems. And that seemed to inevitably creep into every game system. Every tabletop game I seem to get involved with. So, in the sense, even in world building, that a GM might take the reins entirely and then just lay out something and say, do something in this. And then you're like, this isn't really what I wanted, and then, things like that can happen, disconnect between your players and your GM, just like in a metaphorical sense, just like what's going on with Wizards and their players.
Yeah, I'm not even paying attention to Wizards of the Coast anymore. They're not a viable company. They're gonna crash. They're gonna crash the way they're going. They lose faith in their projects way too easily, and then they're letting their core, their best team members go off to do their own much more profitable projects. I mean, not even looking at Bruce Cordell and Shauna Germain and Monty Cook, because they rule the world now in the eyes of most gamers, and they created a sandbox game. But at the same time, Monty had that genius of, oh, we're going to leave vast sections of the map open, and that way, the GMs can sit back and make up their own stories and use my setting as just the backdrop. Or if he needs to, he can go back and read the stuff in the area and try and come up with something that way, and I think that was a genius move. I really do.
I think it's been a key tenet of why the game is so successful is that Monty Cook and his writers, their team, always deliver just enough detail to where you're like intrigued, but you're not over it.
Exactly.
Right? You're intrigued and you're not over it. So that's their motivation to get you to play, and it's just like the idea behind a movie trailer, You want to paint enough of the picture to where they go in and buy in, and at least get the DVD later, and even if they wait for reviews, they're going to pick it up later.
And you mentioned movie previews. There are certain movies that'll come out, and I'll go, I don't care how it does in theater, I'm going to buy it on Blu-ray. And it's kind of the same thing in the game industry. I don't care what it is, but if Bruce Cordell's name is on it, I'm getting it. You know, I mean, I pledged to that Kickstarter before I read anything about it whatsoever. I was like, Bruce Cordell sold.
Right. And I imagine the experience was similar for other, you know, a lot of other gamers, even the ones that did read further. I'm sure they were just even more enticed, you know, because it was such a great idea. The Strange, for example, you know, that was just a great idea, well timed.
Yeah.
And just Monty had the forethought to be like, you know what, Bruce, that is a really good idea. We should run with it, and that should be my second game under this system. So I mean, that's just a testament to, you know, it's not always just having the great idea. It is also seeing that timing. So, you know.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember the last movie trailer that I saw that I was like, oh my god, I have to see that movie. I think the last one was probably After Earth, maybe.
Okay.
Just because I'm a Will Smith fan, and it was set in the future, and I didn't recognize that it was written from a series of books that I had read, and I was just like, hey, you know, I think this is going to be good, and I love the movie. I don't care what other people think. A lot of people didn't like it, but I liked it, and that's all that matters. But again,
and for me, it was the trailer to Gravity. I think was the last one that I was really like, I have to see that, whatever that is.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Gravity with she's swinging around on the end of the thing, and everything's going black and in space, and I'm like, oh, what is this? Like, this is awesome. Like,
yeah, but when I watched that video, you know what went through my head?
Besides dizziness?
No, that wasn't it. It was, who the hell's gonna pay to watch this movie that has one character in it? She's flailing around in outer space, so there's not a whole lot that can be going on.
Well, yeah, it's like I knew it was gonna bomb. Yeah, I knew it was gonna bomb.
Yeah, but still, Sandra Bullock kicks ass. You know, and it had George Clooney in there, who I have mixed opinions about. But I mean,
I'm not saying my experience was a 5 out of 5 when I saw it. I mean, I thought it was a good 4. It was a good solid 4, though. I mean, that was a real good movie, even, you know. But yeah, so some might even say a landmark title, you know. But whatever, you know. The cinematography aside, it was still a good movie on its own. So
exactly. Yeah. And it's a shame we don't have something, you know, like that for role-playing games. We don't have standards that the industry is held up to. You know, I mean, that it's basically for gamers, by gamers, voted on by gamers. It's like the smallish niche of anything. I mean, because, you know, they have Eisner Awards for comic books, you know, and they've got E3 for video games, you know, and most people are aware of those now.
Right.
You know? But you mentioned
Gen Con. Gen Con is still, if you're not a fan of the industry, you're like, what's that?
I know, and that's like the biggest one of them all right now. Yeah. You know,
unless they heard about the recent news story, they probably, you know, with the canceling Gen Con, you know, that threat and everything. Yeah. Unless they heard about that, they probably don't know. You know, it's not like it's filtered into our other media platforms so much. Like, you don't see a news story about that and about a gaming convention unless it's because of that, something, you know, some publicity things going on or something, you know.
Yeah. You know, and that just leaves us as, you know, way out in left field, you know, being independent voices trying to back our own projects. You know, and with the division between all the different types of players, you know, how do we make it likely or increase our odds at all that, you know, we might have some luck and be able to print a solid first run, you know, solid first printing. And, you know, I mean,
that's a fairly broad topic in itself. You know, there's a lot to it, right?
It is. But I tell you what, the first 500 books of my first game that I sold, man, I felt like I had just written, you know, To Kill a Mockingbird.
Right.
I mean,
if you sell any copies, you're actually a modern marvel in the gaming industry, in the tabletop industry. You know, so.
Pretty much. When I can take a box of 1,000 copies, half of them go to my art crew, you know, and I wrote the whole damn thing, so the other half go to me, and I'm selling it in stores, going to conventions and this, that, and the other. And I'm like 500. My stepdad pointed it out one day. He was like, 500 copies at $15 each. You know, why don't you have any money saved? And I was like, because I was buying more books, buying more games. You know, and nobody really understands that, but you got to stay on top of the market. And when you're dealing with things like this, the only way to stay on top of the market is be constantly buying, constantly becoming aware, and keeping yourself up to date with everything that's coming out. And it's the same thing with comics. It's the same thing with video games. It's just like I said, those have become more mainstream over the years, especially with comic book movies. I mean, it's not, you know, you're not considered a dork for reading the Avengers anymore. You know, there are people that don't know anything about comics that'll read those comics and go, oh yeah, these are cool. And I'm thinking about, yeah, but did you know that, you know, Scarlet Witch and the Vision were an item in the comics? They're like, oh, he's a robot. And then you have to explain 30 years of backstory. And they're sitting there going, I didn't know any of that. Well, of course you didn't. You relied on the movies. Not saying anything bad about the movies, because they've all been phenomenal with the exception of Avengers 2, which was just fun.
Is that Ultron? Age of Ultron?
Yeah, Ultron. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little off the wall. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fun to watch.
Exactly. It's fun. It was fun. So it'll be added to my collection along with every other Marvel movie, even though I'm a DC fan. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm also one of those pariah fans. It's like,
yeah,
I love Superman and Batman, but like I'd really like to see a fight between them and, you know, Spider-Man or something. But you know, that's just I don't know. I would be like kind of hard pressed to pick the winner. You know, I'd be like, yeah. But in any case, yeah. In any case, I like what you're saying though about you know, that idea of that we have to be consumers, right, to be on top of our industry. I feel like gamers are very much motivated the same way in terms of, you know, games too. They want to explore new games, but there's not always a great way to access it or to get through the rungs of stuff that's being. I mean, there's just like you say, the floodgates are open. It seems like it's easy to make a game. In a way, it is. You could just write up do something like Vincent Baker did, and just write something up that's like 50 pages or something, and you know, you've got to and have a book that sells. But you know, but there's a lot of riffraff, right? That's going to be part of the process of this growth of human sharing, you know. Yeah. So that's just a kind of, I think, of a side effect of the internet, right? It's and the advent of computers in everybody's homes. You know, just about anybody middle class home has a computer now. So
yeah.
A teenager coming out of writing class could decide to write a game.
Oh yeah.
And he might write the best game, but maybe nobody will see it because there's not really a great avenue to get it to them.
Right. So, and that was one of the parts I wanted to talk about too. But as far as world building goes, let's actually finish up that before we start tripping all over. You know,
yeah, we are going all over.
Yeah. But then again, gamers tend to do that. That's no excuse. Yeah.
Well, if you wanted a topic, I mean, we could always typed it up at the top and just stayed on it. But
yeah,
it's fine. It's fine. I think we're doing a live kind of impromptu tonight. So
yeah, this is the first time I've done something like this too. So, you know, yay. But what do what would you say are like some of the most important things to keep in mind? Like, or maybe it should be more, what do you wish that you knew when you first started writing your game that you didn't know then that you're aware of now? Like, and this is before we're even talking about post-production and promotionals and publication and all that. I'm just talking world building. Is there anything that you've learned and wish that you could just go back and be like, okay, I like this aspect so much, it serves what I need, that I'm going to go back and reformulate my game to include this new concept?
I think for me, one of the biggest lessons that, and this might be even a recent lesson, I mean, it's been growing over the years, this realization, right? You were talking about knowledge of the material. And I think in the general sense, I wish I had known about, like, for example, the encyclopedia of tropes or whatever that is, you know, that's on the internet that you can just look up tropes and it tells you the examples of this trope and has a definition and all that, so you can kind of go, oh, I get what they're talking about here. And I wish that something like that had been in my tool set much earlier, so that I could go, you know, who else has done this? How can I make myself different from that? And that's where I think you'll find, you know, it's like this reformulation is what's going to make a game more popular than another. Is that it offers something new that hasn't been done. Not that it's going to take dungeon delving and redo it and have the same focuses that Dungeons and Dragons had, but that it's going to do something new with it. A game like, well, I mean, a game like a video game, for example, that kind of tried to do that and didn't really too much with it. They could have done more. I think is Darkest Dungeon. I think that's a game that had a lot of potential in that they were exploring new topics of, like, you know, but old topics, but in newer ways in a video game. You know, things that we've done as gamers around the table. You know, they assigned a bunch of mechanics to it and made it a dungeon exploration game that is based around it. So that's great, you know. And I think that if they had added something a little more, that game would have done amazingly. But it's, you know, instead it just kind of had a spike, and then now it's kind of, it's doing okay, you know. But yeah, I think that that's important as a designer. You have to be on top of your stuff. So that's what I would say that I wish I knew now, or knew then, you know, about things like that. What's been done. I guess just have a broader knowledge of what's been done.
Okay. And do you find that you have anything that you did in the world building process that like helped you that maybe you haven't seen too much of in tabletop gaming?
Yeah, I've got a pretty interesting answer to that too. I think the thing that I did differently was to stop trying to reimagine, I guess, some other, you know, a game in a different setting, like in a different format, like to break myself of that tendency to do the thing I love already, to make something that someone else will love, you know, that for, you know, because it's like you fall in love with something usually once, and then you're like, I know what that's like. I don't know about doing that again. You know, it's like the girl that, you know, that nags and complains, and you're like, well, you know, if you're somebody that likes that, maybe you like that, but maybe you're that guy, like most of us, that are like, that nagging is annoying, you know, that doesn't help me to think clearly or whatever. And you learn from that experience. And I think that so the way that kind of influenced what I was doing is that I decided that yeah, humanity would be a part of the setting, because I feel like that's kind of essential to the experience I want to deliver. I want something relatable, you know. So there's a part of humanity present, but that there's something been changed about parts of humanity, and that I would try to let that stem from the setting, and instead of my idea of what the setting would look like. So, you know, that not necessarily and so I'm basically letting the story kind of write itself from a central premise and kind of grow in terms of complexity until I got what I felt was more believable experience for the reader, and also has parallels, you know, that has enough parallels to what we experience day to day, so that it can offer something to our players.
Yeah.
So I think that that's where that's taken me. It's redirected me on that route.
Okay. See, you're
So
talking
so
about,
so, so I explore new, kind of like what I feel like are newer for me, newer concepts in world building, and these probably are already explored by writers like Robin Laws or Monty Cook, you know, or in Cobalt's Guide to Gaming, they probably talk about these things. You know, I actually picked that up recently. I'm about to read that, but
yeah, good read.
yeah, I've read snippets of it. Yeah, I've read snippets of it, and I was like, immediately I was sold on it. So yeah, but the thing that I you know that I've taken away from other great writers is that not everything's been done, but there's been a version of it somewhere. Okay, so you're gonna have to come up with, you're gonna have to think outside of the box, right? But a lot of times the best ideas are the ones that kind of flowed naturally from one quirk, right? It's like, so everything's kind of, we understand everything except for this one thing, and then that's what we explore, you know, and there's like maybe new things along the way that you explore, like, I don't know, zombies or something like that, you know. Maybe that becomes part of your setting, but it's not the same, you know. The zombies come from a fairy or something weird, you know. Maybe there's,
you know,
I'm
just real
talking
quick,
about blending genres, basically. It's
yeah.
what yeah.
But do you know that you just described the Monty Cook's last Kickstarter, essentially? You know,
Which one? Into the Ninth World?
Into the Ninth, and they had Into the Night, Into the Deep, and Into the Outside.
Yeah, I was very close to going artifact level on that one. I was like,
I nearly did.
yeah.
I mean, I did 200 just so I could get some add-ons. But yeah, that, I mean, again though, I mean, you know, that's Monty Cook. I mean, I want to support him.
Well, the guy's a master of Kickstarter design. I'll give him that.
Oh,
so
yeah, there
so
is that too.
they've written a book, by the way, kicking it forward or kickstarting it, something like that. Kicking it. It's called Kicking It, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I'll have to check.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shanna and Monty wrote it together.
Oh wow!
Direct, right after Numenera dropped. So that's an interesting piece of writing for sure.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow.
It's through their private publishing company or whatever. So it didn't go on Monty Cook Games.
Okay. Yeah, because I just, you know, I look at that and I look at, you know, some of the Savage World stuff that's being put out there, and this has always been the case with world building on my end, is the fact that I can't find artists, which is ridiculous because you would think that, you know, there are going to be people that are my corollary. You know, I write because I cannot draw. So where are the artists who can't write? The answer to that, unfortunately, is they try and write and get it published regardless. And that's what I've seen. And it's put a stomp on a couple of my games. That's where I am with Shadium right now. You know, I'm doing Indiegogos with partial funding so that I could turn around and use, you know, the, you know, $200 that I'm getting here to pay for more concept art, you know.
Well, and the realistic thing is that once your game is written, or even before the game is written, some art is essential to the success of your product. You need, and this isn't to say that a game with no art will do terrible, but this is to say that the mountain just got way higher that you're trying to climb. And you know, minimal art can sell a game. You don't need a lot, right? You need enough to tantalize those emotions of, I want to play this, and to give them an idea of what this is, what they're looking at, to visualize it, because that's what's gonna, you know, that's what the game is. It's an imagination game. So we need to strike the imagination somehow, and what better way than a picture? So
unfortunately, yeah. But the limit of my success has been from Fiverr.com, where you find those guys for $5 that they'll do like a character sketch. you
Mhm.
know, and they'll revise it for you. And then I'm like, okay, actually, you're going to be doing some concept art for me. You know, and I describe what I need and go through a couple of revisions, and that's how I've gotten most of my concept art that I have right now.
And
Um,
I hate those sites, by the way. But you know,
really,
oh
I
yeah,
lived off of Fiverr for a couple of months. You know,
I tried Freelancer and a few of the others, and no, I really don't like those sites. But you know, they value the work that I do, so you know, I don't appreciate them as much, I guess. But I see their place in the world. I see that it's driving something. I just don't like where it's going. Because you
so
can get that, you can get the $5 sketch, right? That gives you something to work with. So I guess that helps you, you know. So
yeah, I mean, what have you done in the past? Are you lucky enough to have friends as artists to help you conceptualize some of this stuff or get some of your points across, or what?
I actually recently had this discussion with a friend of mine who's been following me and supporting what I've been doing. Lives near me, and I said, you know, I said the art thing is a problem, right? So, and I, I do have artistic talent. I've got quite a bit of knowledge and training actually in doing art. And it's been, you know, it's been one of these things where it's like I have a tough time getting the art style out of myself that I feel like would sell this game, you know. So I'm going to take a crack at it personally. I'm going to take a crack at it myself. I can paint pretty well. I've got good creativity, so I'll try it. But you know, I think that it's really just going to be about me getting something tangible to give to maybe an artist later down the road. Even
Right.
maybe it's just enough to where they can go, oh, I see where you're going with that. I'll take it here now and make it you know my art style. But then that'll help sell your game, you know. And
Yeah.
I think that you know your art design real early on you got to decide if you're going to do it yourself or you know, I mean, are you going to try to like be the arch master of that, to like say no, that not doing that, not doing that, or if you're going to actually have someone who knows about this do it, and if you don't have a budget for it, you don't get it. You don't get to make that choice. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's tough. It's tough as an indie designer to even think about these kind of things, right? It's like I just
But
hope I meet an artist. You know, it's like I hope I meet an artist. So I guess yeah, freelancing sites do have their place. I think that you know it's probably beneficial to this industry, you know, to have that as a resource. But
yeah.
I think that it would be better if there was a way to connect designers to artists on a more personal level and develop a relationship with them that could inspire them to make the things you want when it comes time to pay them for something, you know, that they're inspired to do it as well and that you get the result you're wanting because you know to pay $5 you can't expect your artist to be designed to be inspired by your product,
I know. Yeah.
you know?
And that's one of the big problems is how do you get other people, you know, on your level of commitment for these projects? You know, I mean, you know,
Well,
it
you
doesn't.
may never get that, but you can get them in the fold, right? Like conventions. Meet an
Yeah.
artist at a convention, show them your game, say, hey, you know, I don't have a whole lot of money. If you could just give me a sample, maybe I could raise the money,
Yeah.
right? You know, and that's kind of I think the relationships you want to be building in the community as a designer is with your other professionals and the gamers. You can find gamers, you can find players, right? And once you have some of the other elements in place, you can convince them to play. So you know, there's kind of like it's like got to start somewhere. So it's you know it's your idea, and then you have to build on and get people behind the idea. Other professionals, I think, you know.
Yeah. I
So I
mean,
think that's kind of where I come into it. Is like I'm looking for artists, but at the same time, I'm going to try to inspire those artists with something, with what I do have as talents. So if it's the writing, you know, I'm going to show some of the writing. I'm going to have at least a drawing, and then you know I'm going to go from there and try to find more artists that will take the load off because I can't do it all. You know, I'm too busy
believe
doing the
me,
other
I
stuff.
know. Believe me, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it was only recently that I started really getting other people on board under the Haphazard Projects fold. And I mean, he's been more on the publicity, getting the word out there, and sorts of stuff like that. But we never can find. It all comes back to the artwork for us, and it's the case of bad art would be better than no art,
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of game designers will sit back and go, oh, no. Palladium Fantasy. Kevin Simbidia did 90% of the artwork for that first print run. And he's not a good artist. But at the same time, he is light years ahead of my non-existent talent.
Okay, so that's not an option. So you look to what then can you do with what you do have? So like, I guess I would take it down this angle, right? I would start with something like a character, or maybe even like the archetype, like a diagram of archetypes, or maybe something like that. Something you can kind of be finite about, and then find that
race,
right, and give that to an artist, to maybe 2 artists, 3 artists, whatever, just to get some sketches, and then you can kind of start to narrow down who you want to be honed in on.
Mm-hmm.
And entertain the idea of being friends with that person on a professional level, and just build that, make that an objective. Write them a personal email saying, I saw this piece, and these struck my interest. I'm really interested in what you're doing, and just see where that goes. Well, I'm doing this right now. They're going to tell you what they're doing right now, probably from that, and you can kind of say, well, if you're hard up on work, I've got this thing that it's a startup, but it may be a ticket for you to get your name out there. Together we can do that, and those kind of relationships, I think, are what are going to bring in the right kind of artist that you want. You want a business-minded, you don't want just an art monkey, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want somebody who's a capable marketer in their own right, who's going to also have the talents you want, so that they can be an asset to what you're doing.
And that's pretty much the exact same way I've taken it. I'd go to DeviantArt and find people that I wanted to work with, and then it comes down to other, they get other paying work. Yeah, exactly. Or you'll come up and you'll meet literally kids who have talent, but they haven't even hit high school yet, and they're already charging for their art and saying, okay, yeah, I'll do this for $100. And they're talking about a character sketch. They're talking about, concept art for a single race. And you just want to slap them. You want to reach through the internet and slap them. And like, nobody charges that much for a single piece of concept art.
Yeah, we just don't pay on that scale. Like, maybe if you produced a couple pages of concept art and it had multiple things, different ideas, and it was like some of them were detailed, or just a little bit of something to hint at what you're going to give me. Like, maybe that's worth $100. And as long as it's focused in on my product, then yeah, I'd be really interested in that. But don't give me one drawing, even if they're all just little pencil scribbles, and they're not scribbles, but they're to somebody who's not good with art, they look great. They look like a fantasy depiction, but that it may not have all the detail of your full thing, but it's still something. Yeah,
something basic that you can take to somebody else and go, this is what I'm looking at. This is the type style. These are the type of figures and all of these other things. It's just a springboard to get to another step, But I think that art is probably just as important as the writing when it comes to role-playing games. Because look at all.
It's about equal. It's about equal.
pretty much what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Is you got to look at those who are on top of the game right now. Monty Cook Games. I mean, their artwork is beautiful. I mean, it's inspired. It really is. And Savage Worlds, which they've got a bunch of different styles, but you can kind of see thematic elements throughout it all.
I think Pathfinder is another great example of art that excels. I really like their art because it's so tightly knit.
My problem with that is the fact that since 4th edition, they've gone anime.
I don't know about I'm thinking Pathfinder before, I guess. I'm thinking Pathfinder, so like third. It's like based off of 3rd edition.
Yeah, and the artwork is more slanted toward anime and manga.
I just like that it's cohesive, right? Like whatever their art style was, they could have went Western. They could have went, like that more Eastern kind of style that they did. It's kind of East-West. I don't know. It's like a blend. I like that it was cohesive though, right? Like you would look at the art from page to page and feel like that these artists were in the same room together at least, at some point.
Yeah.
They've all been talking about what this is going to look like. So, I enjoyed that about it. I think that's a strong brand, even if it's not what I want, right?
Definitely.
Like I want something a little more dark silhouettes, like a noir, almost like a fantasy noir kind of thing going, something got the artist behind 300, what's his name? Like Frank Miller. Yeah, Frank Miller. Yep. I would like.
How can you not know Frank Miller's name?
Yeah, so Miller is that's kind of an example of some of the direction I want it more, and so it's like if I found an artist doing that sort of thing, then I would be really on top of that. I would be hounding that about all the things that I like about the art, so I can be like, see how great a fit we are, and then him just have no choice but to be like, you're right. Maybe I should just do like a gathering of drawings to kind of see where this goes. Yeah. And I think
rather than somebody sitting back and saying, you know what, kid, I'm working for Marvel or I'm working for DC, or even Devil's Due. I mean, independent companies are getting their due, when it comes to stuff like that, because people want to tell their own stories. And it's different, like we were saying earlier, from role-playing games to comic books, because you got people who are reading, the Marvel comics and going, okay, the movies are better. And then they go looking for something else sometimes, and they'll be like, oh, here's Devil's Due, or here's Boom, who are, in my eyes, big names when it comes to the comic book industry now. They've earned it to get to that point. I mean, again, but that's that division between independent role-playing and independent pretty much everything else.
Okay, so it seems like we're definitely getting into more of a game design side of this again. Do we want to stay on that route, or do you want to kind of make sure we hit on like race design, cosmology, things like that?
Yeah, I do actually want to at least hit on at least as much as possible. I mean, so yeah.
Are you on a time limit? You're on a time limit. I'm just kind of chilling tonight, and that's why your request came in kind of at good time,
No, I personally am on no time limit. Like I said, I mean, I was expecting more people to jump in on this, but whatever is going to be the case. No, I don't have anything to do until like 10 o'clock in the morning. So if I wasn't doing this, I'd be playing a video game or something. So doing something a little bit more productive, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, there was a couple more topics you had on your agenda, and they sound like they're really related to the world building and the kind of the creative process. So Let's talk about that. You know, race design, world building, and cosmology. They're somewhat related. They're all kind of separate.
Well, I
What,
think
what
there's
would
a
you
big
like to talk
difference.
most about?
Me personally, oh God,
Yeah.
you can't talk about one without talking about the others in my book.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's probably true, unless you have like a hidden element of your setting or something. But
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I probably would say cosmology comes first.
Okay.
That's me personally. But then again, I liked to figure out the whole relation of everything before I get too in depth with just throwing stuff out there into the ether because I need 10 races for a game. You know,
Right. So you want the cosmic explanation kind of already in mind, and then to
yeah.
build your world inside of that, and then the races inside of that.
Yeah.
So to speak.
And, you know, everything could change. But in my case, it didn't. I looked at things and I said, okay, where does everything come from? And I came up with three basically powers that be. And you have everything that was made by the dragons, then everything that was made by the fae, and then everything that was made by the divine. And, you know, that takes it a step further and goes, okay, which came first? You know, but the answer is that really doesn't matter how the game is run. You know,
or at least it's not explored, I guess, from the beginning, right?
right. And that's
That's not
something
detailed.
that's something way down the line that might be explored. But for right now, that's not an issue. You know, what's an issue is temporal alliances, which are going to be formed by, okay, who made who? You know, okay, the dragons made my race. So I know I am most likely going to get along with other races that were made by the dragons.
So
Most of them,
building relationships, right?
right?
Using that to help inspire the relationships between your characters in the setting.
Yeah.
The ones we don't control, right?
Exactly. And you know, at the same time, just like in real life, you know, there are always exceptions. You know, like dragons had predilection towards arcane magic. You know, and most of those races have various arcane magical talents. But they have one race that is an extremely potent psionic race that just comes completely out of left field, and they're isolationists. They don't want to have anything to do with any other dragon race because they just don't get along. They can't relate, you know. And then you get into the Fey races, and there's one that's they make the most powerful spellcasters on the planet, you know, and but at the same time, they tend to get along with everybody. And you just have to look for those little things because not everyone is going to say, you know what, I want to play a character type that was created by divine power, you know, or I want to create a character that has a dragon heritage. You know, no, they're going, I want to play an orc, you know, or whatever their predilections might be.
Now, a lot of times it's even just statistical, right? They're just like,
you know, what gives me a bonus to this?
Yeah, they're just digging past all the fluff and they don't care. They just want to play something that gives them the bonus of strength so they can be a kick-ass fighter.
Yeah.
So, or whatever the equivalent may be in the game. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So yeah, and a little bit of that's in there too.
Well, I think now that one of the interesting things about that to discuss though is what about games that don't impose that, right? They just use it as fluff. They just say if you're an elf, you look like an elf. People treat you like an elf. You know, you've got pointy ears, you've got whatever, you know, you've got a secret door sense or whatever, but maybe that's just all part of the story. It doesn't actually give you a mechanical benefit. Like you don't get plus dex or whatever, you know, games that don't have dex.
Right.
But you can play an elf.
Here was something, hand of God, this happened in playtesting. We had a player who did not have time to read any of the fluff. You know, basically we explained it to him. He was like, that's what I want to play. And he started playing. Okay. So at no fault of his own, while he's playing this game, he throws a racial slur. Like I said, he had no knowledge of this because he hadn't done anything as far as reading in the background, but he threw a racial slur in game, you know, one character to an NPC character.
Okay.
And everybody else just kind of went,
like, I can't believe you said that, right?
yeah, because they had read the game and I, of course, wrote it. And we were just, it's like, I can't believe he just said that. And when the NPCs started reacting pretty much violently, he was like, I don't get the big freaking deal. I just called him a freaking elf. And then I took the time to explain, yeah, elf is a, you know, very negative connotation because it's taken from the word Elvian, which is what the race was called when they were held as slaves by this government. And he was like, okay, yeah, I can see how that would kind of piss off people.
It's like calling him a slave, basically, or a slaver, or something,
yeah,
you know, slave feed, something disparaging. Yeah.
But he genuinely got upset that I was going to have something negative happen to his character because this came up in game. And he was like, just take it back. I was like, it's more fun if we don't, you know.
Is it more fun though? Was it more fun for him?
No, it just wasn't fun for him. Everybody else at the table was like, this is awesome. We're actually seeing, you know, these relationships and how they interplay in a story. And this is why race A and race B do not socialize. You know, there's a reason for it.
Well, now, if he didn't want to play a racist character, though, I probably would have given him the chance to back out. I'd have said, if you're trying to portray that, then that's probably what he would have said.
He picked the race knowing that there were racial elements implied and that there were concepts that were implied. But he only looked at one end of the spectrum. And he basically took a very liberal standpoint on it, you know. But that was at one side, you know. He sided with the law. He sided with, you know, the empire, and because that's what he felt was you know, a forthright power, completely forgetting that, you know, in centuries past they were horrible slavers. But that was like, this is what he gets hung up on. That was like 100,000 years ago, as far as the game history goes. And they've what's that?
I said, okay, I can see why he might feel,
yeah,
you know,
and then it was
like, oh, well, never mind. You know?
Yeah, it was,
but it's still important. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it was only in the past 100-200 years that that race was, you know, free of slavery. And we're talking about a very long-lived race where some of these individuals actually lived as slaves. And I laid it all out like that to him, and he was like, well, we never talked about it before. And I was like, it never came up before, you know. But
so so you knew his intent was not necessarily insult. So did you ever let him take it back, or did he have to live with that so that everyone could kind of experience that side of the setting? Or?
He told me specifically that he didn't want it to happen because he didn't want anything to happen to his character. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his character. And I was like, you're playing a gothic horror fantasy role-playing game. Okay?
Yeah, and maybe he just didn't get
it. Yeah. By the implication alone, bad shit's going to happen. And it's going to happen to your character. And he was like, yeah, but I like my character too much. And that's what sold me on, okay, we need to do this. And everybody else was in the game. Everybody else that was playing the game was like, dude, why are you even, you know, considering not doing it? You know, I mean, You know, leave it in play. Ball's still in play. Don't no take backs. And so between that and him saying, "Well, I didn't want anything bad to happen to my character," I was just like, "This needs to come to pass."
Well, and maybe there is a way to make it come to pass without hurting his character in the way that he thought he was going to get hurt, right? Like maybe he thought, oh, it's going to be a race riot and I'm going to be at the center of it. But maybe that does happen, but it doesn't necessarily kill his character. It just develops and adds a new element that he can enjoy. So it's like, that's part of how does your game handle that? And that's a good example too.
And that was exactly what we were doing. We were like, everybody in the game knew we were on a very tight timeline as far as the characters were expected to act. And everybody in the group, except for him, of course, agreed that once everything was done, the characters should come back and live as a slave for those people for no less than 3 years, because that was kind of the same timeline for that race's lifespan in comparison to the longer lived prior slaves, who have lived through hundreds and hundreds of years. So 3 years, the character would be down there by himself, living as a slave. At the same time, depending on how he played it, he could learn things that no one else would. If he went in there and he did things the way he was supposed to, and never caused any waves or anything, the chances of things that he could learn that he could use in game, I mean, would it be ridiculous? I mean,
No, I'm just curious. Is this some kind of story that your game supports? Is that kind of being like a slave of someone or an indentured servant? And is that kind of story that is that the kind of story that he could actually realistically played?
Yes.
Alongside the other players?
Well, not like at the same time, because at the onset, I told him, look, this is going to be after the current, after the current campaign, after everything's done, they're going to go on playing, and then I'm going to start a mini campaign with you, and whoever else happens to want to play can make new characters to play alongside yours, and you're running as slaves.
Okay, I got you.
That way the others could go along and still play and honestly have no idea what the other character is going through, and then years later when they try and find each other again, what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, and there's that side of it, as far as like letting the story really be played play by play, right? Like each year of that being detailed. Or perhaps you could have also said, well, it's 3 years later. You've been a slave for 3 years.
But
we add a couple things to represent that, and now you have that as part of your character, and maybe the story can continue in that sense too. And they can also, they can claim to have done things or whatever, learn some things. But maybe that's a big part of their story, right? Is that he became a slave as punishment, right? And then that could be a way to salvage that group, I think, is to let it be about the group. And not his mistake. But I mean, every game is different, right? So
yeah, I know.
I don't know.
So basically right now it's me, my project coordinator, and one other guy pretty much waiting in the wings for more players to show up so we can continue on with the storyline, because we're not really playtesting it at this point because we know the rules work the way that we want them to. We know the type of stories that the game mechanics were written for. We want to play it because we want to play it. That we want that as our weekly game.
Yeah.
And I went from having 7 players to now having 2, and it's kind of like my position when it comes to artists. Where are they? which, you know, the way it sounds, you know, is like, you know, we could probably help each other out, you know, on both ends. But again, that's something else. Um,
You're talking about you and me,
yeah,
right?
possibly
Right.
working together, you know, on our various projects. But
Yeah,
can
we have identified that. Yeah,
we have. Okay.
yeah, for sure. It's just I've just been moving. Like I'm in a new spot now.
Yeah.
You can see all the boxes still piled up here.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but it won't
but
be long. I'll be getting back into doing some gaming. So we can definitely talk about that.
yeah, definitely. But you talked about with your races that you knew you wanted to have humans in it because you wanted to have that relatability. Whereas when I was first designing the game, I was designing it from a standpoint of humans did not exist. Elves did not exist. Dwarves did not exist.
Mm.
Because I wanted to take those tropes completely out of the game.
Yeah, and I kept humans, but I don't call them humans. But for all intents and purposes, they may as well be the closest thing to humanity, I guess. So.
Yeah. It was years later when I sat back and said humanity is a more accepted term for all of sentient life. There has to be a word for all of sentient life without saying all of sentient life.
Meta humanity. That's the word I use. I'm just going to take a page right out of my meta humanity. Yeah.
Meta humanity.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't. But I mean, sentient, you know, is a good enough term, I guess, if you really want to break down what you're trying to say. That's probably the most direct.
Yeah. Well, the way I wrote it into the story was it was human philosophers that hit upon something that the other races could agree with, and they were like, you know what, you know, we're gonna call milk what it is. You know, yeah, there might be different versions of it, but you know, it's still milk. You know, and the way that human philosopher mentioned it was, you know, sentient life. You know, those that possess a soul, that have more or less complete control over their lives, and things of that nature. So it was kind of like that. They were like, okay, so we're going to use this term humanity, because humans aren't called humans in my game. They're called mains. And there are several distinct bloodlines of mains. And there's one that is specifically as close to a real life human being that there can be in the game. But for the most part, this game has been written about races that have nothing to do or any relation to humans. And so I took away the trope of elves and dwarves. And it wasn't until much later that I was like, okay, I'll put them in there. But at the same time, I'm over here going, if you want to get rid of those tropes and get rid of humans and elves and dwarves, you can. And it's not going to screw up the stories one bit. You know, that was something I was really concerned with, was presentation. So when I present something that's really off in left field, you know, 99% of the time it's followed by this is optional. You know, it's here for completists who want that whole sense of, you know, one intact, you know, meta plot, without limiting anybody. You know, be able to just pick up the book and run with what's in there. You know,
and I've heard you talk about having a large number of races. So,
yes.
So in the full series, full set, you would have what, hundreds?
212.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a lot of content, and then so the question then becomes, okay, how do you differentiate between that many different races? Is it little variations, like you say, bloodlines, or is there actually really vast differences among even bloodlines? You know, things like that.
For the most parts, bloodlines are a minimalistic aspect.
So that's like a fine tuning detail that you might add,
Exactly.
but you don't necessarily
nine
need.
times out of 10, you can just say, okay, I'm going to play a Kazald, you know, and it doesn't matter what kind of Kazald you play, you know, which one of those castes, bloodlines, or whatever you want to call them. But the races themselves, even the dragon-blooded races as a whole, there are all sorts of dramatic differences between, you know, a race's concept, their heritage, where on the planet they're from, if they're from the planet. I mean, all that comes into play, and you know, it's just one of those things that I had been worried about in the past, as far as how big it was going to make the book. You know, because
Right. Yeah, because you got to provide enough detail for that to be interesting. You know, any of those entries.
And my race entries right now are anywhere from 1 to 1.5 pages. And that's with, you know, formatting and presentation and having artwork.
So conceivably, a whole guide could just be races of shaping.
I imagine that will be something that I'll do. But until that is done, until I can prove that I can do a book like that, I will only put the races that befits each set as I put out the core sets. You know, so it would only be the epic set that would have all of those races.
Right.
And what I would probably do is have all the races that are from the first game available for download for all of the yet to come difficulty or content levels, I should say. And then, you know, if you get the third core set, then all of the races from the first and the second would be available for download, for print, or whatever, for the people that got the third set, and so on and so forth. That way, you can get them in print, you know, or you can get them in PDF, but that way it's not buckling down the book with races, because you got to look at it this way: 212 races at an average, let's say, of 2 pages, which includes, you know, like a quarter panel of art. You know, that's nearly that's 450 something pages.
Well, now, I think the first thing that jumps out to me about the fact that you have that many races is how many then do you focus in on, right? Like you have to pick a handful to kind of start with so that people have something to base their game around.
Right.
So, like so how many do you use in your core set? Basically, your set 1.
18.
Oh, wow. That's quite a dramatic number in my opinion. But I mean,
well, look back at Palladium. Okay, they had 12 at the very beginning, and then at one point there were 20 something, 27, I'm wanting to say. And then let's not even think about Rifts, where you literally had hundreds, you know. I mean, you had like a dozen in every book that they printed out. That was ridiculous. How in the world were you supposed to keep all that straight? You know, and you know, that's their biggest downfall is game balance. Whereas I've been able to approach it and keep it all balanced, fortunately, and I know where the break-off should be, based on, you know, the histories and everything that I've written. You know, I know that in the beginning I'm going to need these races.
Right. Then that's what you got to get to, right? It's like, what's the core of the setting? What do I need to really get people to understand? You know,
and it's those races that are basically integral to the meta plot. You know, I can't talk about I can't talk about this race without talking about one of the core races. And if I do, how am I going to present that race in this book? You know, when I should have done it to begin with. You know.
Okay. So I'm getting a better picture too of your game, right? Like when I say that a wide meta plot is part of the game.
Yeah. It is intended as a sandbox, but at the same time, you can just pick up and say, okay, we're just playing in this city state, you know, or I've decided on a completely new setting that I've made up. We're just going to use the rules, whatever. I'm focusing on like drag and drop, basically, mechanics. You've got the core set, which combat is very simple. And then in the second core set is going to have a lot of in-depth detail for tactical gaming, you know, for martial arts, for skirmish fighting, for all sorts of stuff like that. And then the other side of that is I have to put in new races and open up new settings, you know, because like the first core set's going to have one continent and it's going to have one government, because that government takes up about 70 or 80% of the landmass.
Okay.
Excuse me. So that it wins.
Yeah, you got to talk about them. So
yeah, exactly. And then like the second set gets into all the tactics and warfare and martial arts and whatnot. So I'm going to introduce the landmass that is almost always at war, which there happens to be one, which just has been in a warlike state for countless millennia. And that also gets into the bloodline rules as well. So I'll have the bloodline rules in that book. And that book will clearly need to be bigger than the first one. And then I build on it from there. It's the same thing with the third one, except the third one, I'm going to have a bunch of different types of magic, and a lot of new races that specifically delve into those themes. A whole new, probably 2 or 3 continents. And, you know, so that book's going to be bigger. And then the final epic presentation that I'm hoping to do in a deluxe set, which will have everything present. Right. But when it's normally just for sale, it's just that set. You know, it's kind of like the idea of the old D&D box sets. You know, you played through the first one, now it's time to buy the second one, and then it's time to buy the third one, and whatnot.
And see, I kind of see their model a little differently. You know, like when I envisioned, I think of it as they segmented it more like players and, you know, the GMs or DMs. You know, players and DMs have different products. But, you know, I see what you're saying. It's like you got, like, say, 4th edition's model for release was kind of like give you the core races, then a race handbook that explores more of that, and then, you know, a class handbook to explore more of that. And, you know, that's kind of like how they were structuring the releases, I guess, in that franchise. So,
did I ever tell you my main problem with 4th edition? It had nothing to do with artwork.
Well, no, the artwork was kind of
okay,
but yeah.
Very, very simple story. I was invited to go to a 4th edition game that was just getting started, you know, and I was like, okay, well, you know, I have a character concept. I want to basically be a investigator type character who practices illusion-based magic. And anyone who has read the original PHB for 4th edition will tell you, you can't make that character with the rules as they were in that first book. You can't do it. There's no social skills, and there's no school of magic. There were no illusion skills in that book, or illusion spells.
Right, gotcha.
But
it didn't allow you to play what you wanted, yeah.
And that sickened me because it was such an easy character concept that I could have played in any other edition.
Right. It's a classic. It's a classic thing to be an illusionist. Kind of a classic character concept in D&D. So, of course, the new product needs to support that, right? And that's definitely what left me kind of high and dry, I think, too, is how they redefined the archetypes and just tried to shake things up in too many ways, I think, you know. And segmented. The segmented content really bothered me because I actually didn't give two craps about fourth when it dropped. Okay, I'd read a couple reviews. I looked at the quick start, you know, guide that Wizards had up on their site, and I said, oh, it's got powers. Everything's a power, you know. And I started to kind of like, just started to kind of pull back right away, and I didn't care right about any of that. And then a group that I formed, they all wanted to play fourth edition. So I says, well, I'll get players to decide what they want, you know, we'll give it a shot. So I had the players handbook, and one of the players goes, oh man, here's all the stuff we want. And I'm like, oh, it's players handbook 2 and 3. Well,
I don't have those.
I don't have those. Do you want to maybe give me a non, you know, give me some snippets so that what you want or something that we don't break the copyright stuff, you know, or something. And it started to get kind of convoluted there, but you know, yeah, it just really bothered me when it occurred to me what was going on at the corporate level. Decisions were being made that didn't benefit players at all.
Exactly.
And the consumer disconnect just grew for me at that point.
They just should have kept on supporting 3.5.
Well, and perhaps that was one way to go about it, and maybe they could have even done, you know, an effort to keep that supported. But then they're not making much money off of it anymore, right? Because it's open, you know, OGL, and just like everything's getting done, right? But at the same time, they could have made more. They could make more money. To support that product is really what kept it going. And products like Pathfinder were taking up the slack. So, you know, that was a clear indication that Wizards wasn't doing what they needed to. But you know, but 5th edition I think is definitely a big step in the right direction. So I enjoy. Yeah, I enjoy that they're doing it though. I do feel like they've been making a hardy try. I still feel like not having Monty Cook on their team was a terrible mistake, but.
Yeah, but that wasn't their decision. That was his decision.
Yeah, I don't think they could have pleased him at that point.
No.
To keep him.
No.
Yeah.
No,
But
he had too many projects in his mind that he knew he was going to want to release. You know, and he kept writing for D20 for a couple of years.
Right. Yeah, he was still talking about that. Hello.
Hey, Ruben.
Hey, I'm bored.
Yeah, just coming along because you're bored. Oh no, we've just been BSing about like game design and, you know, industry standards and our standards and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been up to for, I don't know, better part of 2 hours.
Right.
That's good.
By the way, hi Ruben, I'm Mark. Aspiring designer / player / GM, often the GM.
Well, also look for any of my games, you know. I mean, I know you've been invited to most of them. But anyway, now we were really starting to get into race design, cosmology, or vice versa, however which way, and I've done a bit of the talking. So I was about to ask Mark how he approached it, and definitely, hey, anytime you know there's you want to chime in, just jump in there. You know.
And if I could, I wanted to ask Ruben what so I know what I'm getting into, so I can kind of cater to my audience. Like, what's your experience with role playing or tabletop games?
Well, just at home with my brother and my girlfriend and a friend. Like every few months, I would I would DM a game, but it would always be very generic. I would never run an adventure. It would always be sandbox and very generic. They did whatever they wanted. They killed whoever they wanted. I could not, I couldn't tame this party. You understand? They would lie to the king. They would kill the king. These guys were crazy.
So no floodgates. In fact, it sounds like the whole game was a flood.
And for the past few years, I've been out of it, and just recently I found a one-shot group, and suddenly I'm back in it, you know, but just as a player. But
Okay.
I definitely want to DM again soon, very soon.
Yeah, because we've had conversations about Savage World, and Ruben's played in a couple of my Savage World games. Oddly enough, he knows the rules better than I do, and I have no problem giving him that credit.
That's because I spend like every week I pick up the book and I read it again, you know,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I know, like, I wish I had a group, you know, like, I wish I had a group, and then like, gonna read the rules again, you know, and
Is that your handbook right there? Is that your?
Yeah, he just picked it up.
Yeah. It's literally within arm's reach, so we can tell you're addicted.
Yeah.
to
because
that
I
one.
was
Oh, I've
just
got two versions. I've got my Explorer's Edition and my Deluxe Edition right here. But then again, I'm running a lot of Savage Worlds at the moment.
it's very hard here. I mean,
Where's here?
Portugal.
All right.
It's very hard here in Portugal because every time you order something from the US, not only are the shipping fees quite big, but then also you have to pay tax, and it's no joke. The tax is like 100% or something. Basically, if the book costs
Holy.
$30, you have to pay the government another $30 just so you can have your book.
Wow. So PDFs are pretty popular in Portugal, I bet.
yeah, I bet, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, cool. That's great to know. You know, it gives me some kind of foundation for what you'll understand too.
No, also I watch a lot of YouTube videos, so I think I can talk to you guys.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like you've got both sides of the coin. We're all players / GMs here, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's great. Okay, so one of the things I was going to talk about was like, okay, in Shadium's song, you know, he had detailed some of the races that he was talking about in his game. Now I picked out that he has quite a few, and that's sort of the foundation for his story too, so that it's kind of required. And
Yeah, I heard like 20 races, at least.
So what?
18, I think he says in the first set. Is that my right?
Yeah,
So-
18 in the first set. By the end of it all 4 sets will contain 212 races is the current count.
Right, and so I guess part of the world building process is deciding how many races, you know, will there be, or at least general race variants are you going to have, you know,
See,
and then building from there into a racial cosmology as well, you know.
that's not even the core of it. And this was a huge online argument that I had about a year ago. I was talking to some fellows, and I was like, if you were going to do a basic introductory set for your fantasy-based game, how many races would you feel obligated to put into your game? And at what point do you say enough is enough? And immediately they were all like, well, we'd pattern it off of D&D. There would be 4 or 5 races, and that would be it. You know, and new material can introduce more. And I was like, well, okay, but what about people who don't want to keep buying, you know, your source books just to get a decent selection of races? And they were like, that's the way the market's designed. And I sat back and said, well, that's stupid.
Well, I think a part of that has to do with what people have come to expect versus what maybe a new game could bring. So,
Yeah.
prime example too of that is a game. I guess just like any cipher system game, right? There's humanity. Anything else is not canon,
Exactly.
right? So they give you one, and then they let you say, okay, do I want more? And I think that's one way to go about it. And then there's like you know how D&D does or did in the past, where they presented a number of races and just made them playable. And I think that you know there's different strengths to either approach. I feel like you know the minimum amount you need to make the story come to life is what really is important. So if your game is about racial conflict, you probably need at least 4, right? So if it's about racial conflict, you need at least 2. We'll say at least 2, but you know that are at opposite ends of a spectrum, so that there's conflict there. And so I think it comes down to the tropes of what you're trying to support. So, so that's why with my game I kind of went with less. Less is a little more in mind. I do variants of humanity, and just go from there. And I don't plan to have more, but you know I don't see that there will be really much need for more.
I think I think Mark's right. In this case, races, you really have to go with a less is more approach. If you look at the Savage Worlds book, this is the first page of races. It contains 7 races, but there's no illustrations. The descriptions are really small. You know, I would much rather have less races, but an illustration for each, and a little deep names for that culture,
More
a little
detail,
history for each race. Yeah.
Right, because you want that to be compelling, right, for someone to play, and you as a player, you're reading that section to figure out what do I want to play in this setting. And so yeah, it's like if you have, I think beyond a certain number, if it's not central to your story, it becomes a little bit extraneous. But then again, I haven't played Shadium Song.
Right. And another thing about Savage Worlds is it also gives you rules to create new races.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. So that book doesn't give you 4 races, it gives you infinite races.
Right, it gives you a way to involve different races in your game in the ways you want. So I think, that's an important tool, you know, in a game like that.
Included in the second set for Shadium Song.
But also I would say, like in my setting, if I'm creating a race, like I appreciate the trouble they went to with the making races page.
Oh yeah.
But really, the races don't have to be balanced. Like in the setting that I'm trying to create now, I'm sorry, but if you're a gnome, you have so many disadvantages compared to a human that it can't possibly be balanced. You can't. Like I said, okay, the gnome is much more intelligent, but even then, that's it.
Right, and yeah, so you get into this idea that everyone's not created equal, right?
Yeah.
If you start putting that trope into your game when you have races that are that variant, you know, and then when you have races that are all balanced against each other, you get down to this idea. Like I looked at Dungeons and Dragons in that sense and said, what is this doing to the game? Is this pushing players a certain way? I started thinking about it from a game design view. I said, you know, if all the races are the same except for a +2 or -2 or a little tweak, it becomes kind of a wash. It becomes kind of a wash, right? Like it's not that important anymore what you chose.
It's less than that. All the races are the exact same. You know, they all have, you know, a bonus to their proficiencies. They all have bonuses to their attributes and whatnot. And there's no deviation that I've seen.
You mean the balance across the benefits that they get, right?
Right, the benefits are always the same. There are very few times where a race has something jaw-dropping original where you're just like, oh my god, now that's a compelling piece of storytelling right there. I want to play that race. Whereas, you're looking at 5th edition like, okay, where do I want my bonuses to be?
Yeah.
That's exactly what 5th edition is. Where
Well,
do I
and
want
it's
my
more,
bonuses?
and that has to do with the game, right? The game genre is more wargaming. It's got a higher element of wargaming than many other role-playing games. That's always been a big part of the franchise. So you can't really take it out of the game completely. And 5th edition, I think, struck a good balance. In terms of if you want to play an elf, you're not like severely hampered for not doing so. But there's still that carryover. And that has to do with, I guess, just the way they developed 5th edition. They did it through the planned community support and their guidance, and that's why you get a game that is kind of closer to what players want. But it still has those pieces of what players can't get let go of, and there's room for a game that doesn't do that, I think.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying too many terrible things about 5th edition. I mean, hell, it's the most. It's. Let me see how I should phrase this. No, I can't. No.
Well, I mean, even if we don't evaluate 5th edition, we can avoid that. We don't need to really get into that, right? It's like.
Well, I was just getting to the point of, we can't say that it's the most important game on the market anymore, because it's not. 5th edition doesn't push any envelope. It doesn't try to create something new.
Yeah, but it's still the biggest, right? Commercially.
No.
No?
Well, figures can be misleading. So there are sales figures which might put D&D at the top of sales in some circles, but then in the grand scheme, kickstarting and that kind of funding makes up almost as much of a market share as big money coming from companies. So there's a lot that is unmeasurable. So like he was just mentioning that Numenera.
You can measure who has the celebrity games, who's at PAX, who's you can measure that. Who has the most exposure?
Yeah, you can measure that. Yeah, I'd say, I'd still say I'd have to disagree with what you're saying. I reckon that is not the most important release right now. I think even if it flopped 100% and nobody bought it, it would still be the most important release because of the legacy behind the game and what the rest of the industry is going to look at when they see it. They're going to look, did that work or not? And if it didn't work for them, then we definitely aren't going to try it, right?
I wasn't even talking about legacy, so on that point, I can agree with you.
Yeah.
I was talking about how it's presented now.
Yeah, the rules and stuff.
And it's not even just the rules. The entire package for 5th edition, compare it to, and I'm going to say it. I mean, people are going to keep dog talking me about it, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Don't say it.
Numenera. I mean, I can't help it. And that's me trying not to be biased. Because I've done reviews on most of the Numenera and the Strange, and I have to remind myself every time, okay, I cannot let my love for the works of these two men bias me. I mean.
Well, it's tough not to show proper support for it without doing that, but at the same time, I know what you're saying, right? Like the game, it made a sweep at the Origin Awards. The Strange did the same thing the year after. So in terms of recognition among designers, they're at the top. Recognition among fans is still building because even though the Kickstarter did so well, so successful, right, for Numenera, that release still did not hit all the corners that they could have hit, and didn't grab all the fans that they could have, because there's still all those non-adopters that are like hanging on to their other games, and they're going to, because they're getting what they want from that game, right? Until the series just fails them at delivering their experience that they want, and that they're not going to switch, and so that's That's just part of the nature of the whole thing. Is there is a loyalty, a brand loyalty that people want to have.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm going to continue on this little bit of discussion debate here is because it was one of the things that I did want to touch base with, as far as, you know, what comes post, what comes after, what comes when you're trying to do the conventions and whatnot, you know, and all of those topics. It never fails, and I know, again, I'm biased, but it never fails with my experience. If I say I'm going to run Numenera, of course the fans are going to come up and go, I want to play, I want to play, I want to play. But I also have players that have played with me with other games and said, well, I like the way you run your games, so yeah, I'm going to try this out. And it never fails out of that group that does that, and they're like, oh my god, all I ever want to play again is Numenera. And that's been every situation that I've been in. I've run quite a few of these of groups, or groups through, you know, the OGS, OSG, excuse me. I always
mess that up.
Yeah.
I always do that.
The one-shot group that we're all members of. But yeah, I mean, it's like when people see everything that you can do with Numenera, especially since there's a character creator out there that lets you create your character in like 3 seconds. You know, I mean, how can you beat that? You know, and that's one of the things I keep asking myself, you know, is there some way? But I'm like, no, I don't have $1 million to start an art budget anywhere near the range that they have, because all I have to do is say, hey, I'm Monty Cook, I want you on my team. You know, and they're going to go, yes, sir.
I was going to say on that note that, you know, finding the artists and everything requires a certain level of investment that that you almost, there's a hump, right? There's a hump of progress you have to make before you can ever really to hit and start selling copies of a game that you just wrote. You know, there's a hump there that you have to get over. So in some kind of way, you know, I guess you can't be a full-time designer from the beginning, right? You have to kind of design something and be working enough to be able to support the production to make it, you know, to sell it to people, right? So
in almost every case except for mine, yes.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, if you have some kind of other source of income, that's great, you know.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, I'm technically unemployable. You know,
right.
I can't
being disabled.
Yeah, I mean, I can't keep to a normal schedule. So, I mean, I mean, half the world is asleep right now. You know.
Yeah.
And there's
I'd say more than that, but
half the world is asleep at any moment, Eric.
That's my point. Yeah.
There's no way to. Yeah, we can't beat that one. So, you know, let's take that off of our concerns for a moment and just think about.
Yeah.
You know, like where do you get the funds, right? Where do you get the support to get your game off the ground?
Okay.
That's really what you're trying to ask, right? It's like.
That was one of the main gists I was getting at. Yeah, I mean, let's pretend for a moment that we did not have the internet.
Well, we can't do that. We can't do that because we have to. Well, because the internet's here and it's going to be a factor, right? So.
Yeah, now it is. But when I was first starting to get into game design, it wasn't. There was no concept of the internet, not amongst, you know, lay people. Because, you know, the first internet kind of experiments were done in the late 70s, but nobody knew about it. You know, I mean, it's like, go back and watch Tron, the original Tron. And
let's not. No, let's not.
Hey,
I've seen it.
You have to. It's seminal. You know, because all those years ago, they made that movie, and they're talking about the internet and all these different things that are on a daily basis that we take advantage of. And they were talking about it, you know, essentially 20 years before it happened. You know, and I don't care if it's a Disney movie with bad CG. You know, they told the future with that movie just as much as Roddenberry did with Star Trek. You know, and that's hard to argue with. You know, especially if you go back and watch the second one, which builds on the mythology even more. You know, you'd have to be asleep not to recognize, oh my God, you know, because of this movie, how much more is going to happen on the internet? You know, how much bigger? Oh my God! And look, now we have the cloud.
Well, you know, I'm just trying to understand where you're going though with that. Like, imagine there's no internet.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah.
Imagine there's no internet. How are you going to? What lengths are you going to have to go to make a game and to get it out there? You know, how did they originally do it? Okay. You
Well,
know,
I would caution that down that road of thinking, just because the development, you know, process is changed irrevocably by the presence of the internet, and crowdfunding is a huge factor now in that.
That was going to be my second point. But I mean, is there really anything that we need to look back on back in the day? You know, for us grognards, you know, is there something that, you know, is there something that the new generation should be looking for that was true back then? You know, because I think there is. But I'd love to hear what you have to say for it.
I guess my thought process on it is that there's some similarities, right? But there's lessons that can be learned and taken away from and then applied to the internet. Like, for example, not writing 1,500 pages and sending it off to prospective reader. You know, you wouldn't send that to a game designer either. You know, a game company trying to sell them the game for your first pitch. You know, so excuse me, you know, 1,500 pages, you know, whatever. You know, so that kind of document. You know, that kind of tailoring your content to what you're trying to sell it to, who you're trying to sell it to, is very much a lesson I think you can take away from it. But I think that the prime directive, to borrow a term from Star Trek, that, you know, of the game designer.
From Star Trek, so.
But I mean, I think the prime directive that, you know, from a game designer now is less to grab the attention of a publisher and more to grab the attention of the consumer. So, to that end,
it's a hobby now. You know,
right? But that's also the nature of the industry now, right? Like you don't go like if you've already got a popular brand that a company can help, you know, they see some way for that to help them. Like, say you're Will Wheaton, and you want to publish Titan's Grave as a supplement to, you know, the game that you already helped develop. I mean, you're shoo-in, right? You can do that. But if you're not Will Wheaton,
I was about to say,
you got to start somewhere.
There's only one man who would dare attempt.
Yeah.
And that would be Will Wheaton.
And he would inevitably roll a 1 when he does it. But
from Star Trek.
Yeah.
From Star Trek, yeah, you're right. There's another tie-in right there.
Yeah. It's funny how our industry does run in circles like that, but
it does. It really does. I mean, but my point was, you know, and it's kind of where film is nowadays, is where, you know, it's like Kevin Simbidia / Kevin Smith. Okay. Now, the former borrowed $5,000 from the family of a friend and took that money and created stapled books for the Mechanoids, which went nowhere. And then it was years later when he did Palladium Fantasy, it was only then that he started to get recognizable. But that initial money, I mean, yeah, he sold all those for $2 or $3 each, but it took forever, and he didn't see the money. Um, but it's, Kevin Smith did the same thing. Most independent filmmakers today do the same thing. They'll max out credit cards and put together something and be like, here's 6 months out of my life for you to have entertainment for an hour and a half, and they basically done the same thing. They borrowed the money to get it started. And I don't think that's really as dangerous a precedent as it sounds.
I think it's less dangerous now. I think you have more potential to earn your money back than you did in previous years.
I'm just saying that even back then, it's going to quickly show you who you should pay attention to and who you shouldn't. And that's not just on the basis of the money. It's on the basis of the commitment. It shouldn't matter that I spent $50 putting together my first book, and that's everything. That was anything that had anything to do with the production of that book. Posters, promotional materials, everything. I probably paid about $50 for that damn thing. And then it sold at $15 a copy. Basically, 1,000 copies of that. Even if I had only thrown $5 at the game, I doubt that it would be as popular or get as much exposure as it did, when I actually spent as much as I did. Because if somebody reads, he didn't put any money into this, and all these other different little things, and it's like, if he isn't taking this seriously, why shouldn't we? If you're serious about something, you're gonna do everything you can about raising all the money and yada 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 and whatnot. And I'm probably meandering around the point here, but it's the appearance of, not actually what it is. I mean, and Numenera is a prime example. The appearance of their first Kickstarter was, oh my freaking god, but in the reality of it,
I think it was pretty low budget. Most of that video was Monty.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
I mean, all the money went into the first 30 seconds to show some story, but then it was just him sitting there talking to you.
Yeah.
But I think that the point that I would make about what you're saying, right, is that it's not just when you invest something like that, like you invest money into an idea, and you invest your time and you invest your energy into all this stuff to get the starter idea off the ground, you're fully vested, right? If you've maxed credit cards or called favors in, I mean, you're vested in this product suddenly, and when you talk about it, you have a different way about what when you explain it, because it's become something that's, this is what I want, that I believe in it, right? Like, you're committed now, and that I think it almost takes that kind of energy to lay it on the line and have it come across to the listener, in a video like what Monty did with Numenera. I think that kind of commitment to your idea is important to sell it and to get people excited and on board with it. I think that should be key in your video of when you do a video for presenting a product. You gotta sell it and show your face and put your face on it and say, I am putting my name on this as a risk.
Okay, well,
right?
So then, in direct line with what you're saying, another conversation when I had somebody review my first Kickstarter page, they were like, "Thank God we weren't just some talking head telling us how much the game means to you and this, that, and the other." And that was a fairly conclusive response, and everybody was glad that it wasn't just me going, basically, "Oh, give me your money, please, because I've worked so long and so hard on this."
Yeah, and
They
I'm
were
not
like,
saying that. I'm definitely not saying that.
Yeah.
That's kind of the other extreme where you
yeah,
can fall short.
yeah, because you know, back in, I'm a grog nerd. I'm just gonna say it. Back in the old days, you would just go into a bookstore and you'd see it. It'd be like just anything else. You'd see these books out on the shelves next to Harlequin romances and westerns.
Mhm.
Were the two big staples of where I was living when I was growing up. You'd see a D&D book in there, or you would see a Warhammer book. Thank God. Um, I'm sorry, first edition Warhammer lasted for more than 15 years before they even thought about making a second edition. That says something too, but that's not the point of what I'm talking about. There was that extremely limited exposure, and they kind of take that mentality now on Kickstarters and say, okay, make it less than 2 minutes. You want the video on there to give as much information as quickly as possible, as coherently as possible. And it almost makes the video the hardest thing in the world to do if you're listening to Kickstarter standards, on how to make a Kickstarter, how to make a successful Kickstarter, because they've got boards and they've got groups for all of it. And when you get down to it, they're all saying basically the same thing. 2-minute video or less. Convince them. 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I'd say some fields you could go a little over, but yeah, most times, yeah, you're going to want to stick under 2 minutes. But I mean, that's a general rule. That's kind of more of a general rule, right? Like, maybe you've got enough to say that's compelling enough that you can fill a 5-minute video with and sell. But that's the thing, right? You'd have to have more than just, I wrote this cool book. This is kind of the gist of it, and here's the details. It's like that way. People can digest it. There's different approaches to that. There's probably some people that'll say, no, you need more detail. You don't want to go shorter than 5. You don't want to go shorter than 10. But I think Kickstarter knows a lot about those statistics, and I think that they can tell you what's a good length, right? They can tell you about that, but they can't tell you what's perfect for your project.
Oh, no, but they can sit back and say, for games, including video games and tabletop,
Yeah, they've got a track record of what works and what doesn't. So
exactly, exactly. So that when they're telling you stats about tabletop role-playing games, you need to pay attention. Because yes, this might just be one way to get a game out there, or I shouldn't even say it, get the attention that you need to get a game out there, because that's all it really is. It's getting the attention and the funds.
A popular YouTube channel would be integral to that. If you ask
What's
me.
that?
I think a popular YouTube channel would be integral to launching a game.
Yeah, I mean,
having a channel that's good for something other than your game, and then your game becomes part of that.
Yeah.
Well, Will Wheaton's going to sell the hell out of Dragon Age with his series, but not everybody can do that. But you can still have a piece of that, right? Like, you can still start something. You don't have to be Will Wheaton to get people interested in what you're doing.
No, it just helps. I mean,
Yeah.
But the biggest problem, and this is definitely one I wanted to talk to folk about, is once everything's done, you've conceptualized, you've drawn maps, you've created races, you've worked on cosmology, you're going to have 120 pages to work with, and that you're going to need 30 pages of art. You know all of those logistics. You have all the logistics. You've got the money. Now, where in the world does someone look to get published? To get their work back into the hands of the patrons, of the backers, or whatever they're called, through whatever crowdsourcing fund that you probably used to make your game.
Are you talking about the logistics of getting it printed?
Yeah, I mean, because I've seen people toss and turn about it and have bad experiences with one way or the other, and then I turn around and I read, everything, all Kickstarter printing and shipping is done exclusively through Drive-Thru RPG, and my jaw drops and goes, that's not enough, but yet it seems to be. I mean, like, your game is done, your artwork is done, layout, everything. All it needs to have is it needs to go to press. What would be some of the things that you would look at to make you lean one way or the other? To lean towards those groups that are integral to the gaming industry, or would you go far out into left field? I mean, I think as an industry, creators now are looking at everything, but right now it's just you and me talking, and I'm just curious to know.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, personally speaking, I would go with some kind of all-in-one solution. If there's a website like Drive-Thru RPG or something like that, that they will print my books and they will sell my books and they will give me a cut at the end, and they can handle shipping, they can handle a little bit of the advertising too, then I would go with that. I mean, as a creator, you don't have to start your own publishing business.
Yeah.
Just for
No, I'm not saying that. I know that's not the case.
Yeah, I think that there's some value there. With Drive-Thru RPG, they already have a clientele. They've got the shopping cart system. They've got the printing on demand features, and options for that. So I think that's one option. It may be maybe not the cheapest per printed object, but it does take so much load off of you that you have to decide, is that worth it? And
but
I would say probably.
On a second note, I think it's not unrealistic to just go 100% digital and forget the books. Like, I've seen a lot of RPGs that they don't even have they don't even sell the PDFs in a big commercial site. It's just their little homepage, and there's a button that you can drop $5 and he will send you the PDF.
Yeah.
And that seems to work too.
I think Secret Fire was one that kind of started like that, and there's other games.
If it gets really popular, then you could start thinking about printing it, and there's going to be an audience. You're going to sell it.
Yeah, I think it's important to have, like you were saying, something that kind of, Irek, I was just noticing you said something about the process when you've got it printed, or not printed, you've got it laid out, you've got it in PDF form, everything's ready to go there, and then you want to know how to print it. I think unless you have some sort of pre-orders, that you ought to kind of put printing in another tier of the process. Like he's saying, build interest with the PDFs and can do things to help that get momentum, and then you can start to look at all right, physical products. Because, you know, if you don't have an enormously successful Kickstarter, you're not going to be able to fund those books, right? The printing costs are going to be too high to justify that, you know, these aren't guaranteed sold. I'm going to lose money on this, most likely, right? You know, it's like, you know you're going to lose, you know you'll lose money. If you don't have the interest level by the time you need the money to print it, then you're taking the same gamble that a company did 20 years ago.
Right, but this was as much a kind of like, you know, your opinion slash, you know, let other people know, because there are several different means that I've used, and you know, I still use, you know, drive-through RPG, but to put a fine point on it, you know, are the options really as infinite as it seems? And is there anything else that you've seen that would make, excuse me, that would make you go, wait a second, I like what this is going to give me? You know.
Well, I mean, I guess I have to say, what do you want? You know, and then that's what you look for. Because if you're not getting something from drive-through, then that's what you're looking for.
Right. Well,
so I mean, if the options are they seem sufficient for most you know, game companies. They're sufficient. They may not necessarily meet all the demands for, like, you know, if you want color on nice print paper and hardcovers, you know, they're not going to do all that. But you know, they can handle a manual, you know, a soft cover, and
or hardcover actually.
Well, they can do hardcovers, but I guess, you know, if you want, you're just not going to get your box set, you know, core book that you're imagining. You know what I mean? So, or that your players might imagine from a higher grade product with a better printer and more options. You know.
Right. You're saying that, and I may have overheard it wrong, but you're saying that you don't believe that a box set is going to be able to work through something like RPG Drive?
No. What I mean is that I guess that the standard option of what you could probably afford, you know, like what, not you personally, but any designer that's an indie game designer, it's not really the level of what you would want to deliver to your players. Probably, you know, it's the lowest option really is black and white on you know, paper, and they just kind of bind it for you, and you know, that's you know, that's kind of not what you wanted probably, right, as a designer. But if you want a better option for the color guide, then that's what you're looking for. That's what you need to hunt down, is find printers that specialize in doing that kind of printing, because drive-through RPG is not it for that. Their thing is digital distribution. That's their business. So, you know, if you're looking for a great print option, that's more like, well, we can give you a print option, right? And it'll be kind of in line with the digital options. So, you know, that's what they're selling you.
Yeah, but I would say really PDF first, and from there you can kind of measure the interest. You can find out how many people would be interested in buying the actual book, you know, and with a very low investment, you know, on your part, and then the books.
Well, but that's part of the I guess that's part of things, because you know, crowdfunding is one of the ways you learn, okay, who's going to want to buy a hardbound edition, or who's happy with a softcover, or who just wants PDFs, you know. And that's all arrangement of your reward tiers, which is one of my favorite things to do when you're setting up the project, you know, is go, you know, look at how much money I'm going to need and see how I can award those who are, you know, jumping in feet first with me.
Guys, I have to go. Keep going. I'll see you later.
All right, great having you.
My son's waking up. Bye.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's a great guy. Tremendous role player.
Yeah, I like have to say I really I liked Ruben. I thought it was cool. So
Yeah, he is.
definitely cool. Nice having him pop in.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, and I was answering something from him. But no, I was just gonna say that if you're choosing probably for a role playing game, Create Space is probably not the way anybody wants to go.
I've heard of that one too.
That's off of Amazon.
Yeah, I've done some research on them.
Yeah. Now there's one called Author Space, and they are all about your physical copies. They'll do PDF too, and they'll also handle distribution for you. And that's a big thing that you don't really get anywhere else. You know, they'll plug you into, you know, any distribution network that deals with role-playing games. So that automatically puts you in places like Barnes and Noble and Books A Million, you know, in addition to the more specialty shops.
Yeah, that's pretty huge right there. I definitely would want to look into what they're talking about too, because you know that is one of the things that you face as you got to get it on the ground level too. You can't just hit the digital workspace or digital, you know, space as far as distribution. To really, you know, you got to show people something sometimes too to really get interest going. Like if they see you at a convention, even that's much more memorable than walking by your print book on a shelf or even seeing it in a digital retailer. You know, it's like none of that is as memorable as actually meeting the designer or meeting someone who's a fan or involved in the project that has physical copies and put one in their hand. You know.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think at a certain level, you just have to start with self-printing and you know do with the digital side of it, and use that as a platform, right? Like you do as much as you can with that until it doesn't become useful to do it anymore. Right? You're not getting the results you wanted, you know, whatever. I think that you know, as an indie designer, it's a challenge because you know you can see some indie designers do so well because they have all this money. And it's hard to kind of keep faith in your project when you don't have that money. But at the same, and yeah, you know what I'm talking about because you, like you said, you've had several like, I guess starts and restarts, right? Where you said, oh man, this is too much like this other thing, and I don't have the budget to compete, so let's try this other angle. And so that's definitely very real, you know, to me too. Kind of face that with Cypress System a little bit. But you know that it's one of these things that you know if you're believing in your project and then you get to the point where you have enough of the project to show people, you're gonna have to start doing that. Start showing them that what you have, because you can't be like, hey, you know, I'm gonna do a Kickstarter, and it's gonna pay for all the books, and then you can read it, and then you'll love it. You have to be like, hey, I have this. You're gonna love this enough to where we can make the thing that we really want to make, you know, and then that they don't even need to know about all that, right? Like, but they're part of it. Like every person you show it to, every person you show it to, you know.
Now,
so I think that's very important what you're talking about, you know.
Okay, so here's the very important follow-up to that then. How much do you show?
You mean like how much work do you do before you say, okay, I need funding?
No. Because by the time you're looking at a Kickstarter, you should have done all the work possible you could have just on your shoulders. Yeah,
I would disagree, but you know, really? I would say this. I would say that for some projects, that has been a recipe for success. But I would say that overarchingly, doing like there's a point at which there's a bulk of work that you can never really do until you've done the Kickstarter and succeeded at it. So, but I get what you're kind of saying. You're saying you should do as much as you can to make that product appealing. Is what you're basically trying to say.
So
Right.
yeah, in that sense, you do. Yeah, you have to do everything.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So going forward with that, yeah, I think that you need to do as much. Okay. So the question was, how much work do you do, or how much do you show them? Rather, how much do you show them?
How much do you show?
And I would argue you don't want to let the whole cat out of the bag. Okay. So you want to show them less than the full story, but you don't want to show them so little that they can't get into it to want the rest. So
But that makes it a catch-22.
well, no, I think it's about. Well, it sounds like it, right? But then
Yeah.
there's a balance that you would have to find that would be different based on the product. So a board game like Sorry or something, if they tried to release a board game today and Sorry had never been released in this alternate universe, you know, they might have a short video that shows kids having fun playing the game. They just kind of say, it's Sorry, you run around the board and you knock people off the board. It's great, you know, and then they just kind of run with that and get people interested in the idea of the game, and not get hung up too much on, you know, the inner mechanics, right? Like, you would want to make it commercial friendly, basically, you know, as close to that as you can, but then also with an eye towards an investor. So, you know, it's basically that balance that like that these guys on Shark Tank fight every time they try to pitch a new product. How little to give, and how then it's not a catch-22, but it's really a refined balance that you would have to kind of, I guess, tune with honest self-evaluation and experience with pitching products. You know, being as honest as you can about, you know, would the everyman be as interested in this as I want him to be?
Okay.
Does that make sense? If that makes any sense. Yeah.
No, it does. But in your own case, you know, how would you put that kind of a package together for your game? You know, like in my case, I started out very simple, very broad, with, you know, just a little bit of concept art, copy of the map, and me just explaining a little bit of the background, my background, and then just the reward tiers. And every day or every other day, I did a update where I was showing them something else. I'm showing them, okay, here's another race, or here's the mechanics of how that race works, or this is the simple step-by-step the simple step-by-step by which you can make your own race, and something like that. You know, at the very least, every day or every other day, trying to keep their, you know, their interest going. And say that some of this information will be available right out of the first book. Some of this will might be supplemental. You know, it all determines on, you know, stretch goals if we even make it. I mean, do you have a specific way that you would approach it, or do you think you'd pretty much do the same? You know, want to keep them interested and invested in watching the Kickstarter, because I've seen that make a huge difference.
Yeah, the stretch goals, for example, you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And the stretch goals is a stretch goal philosophy, I think, is a topic that Kicking It, that book I was referring to earlier, that details about, because that's been key. That's been very prominent in their projects, the Money Cook Games projects, is their reward system. It always seems to have another idea for what's next that's compelling enough to get the current investors to really make another push. You know, we hit a stretch goal today. It was the first one, but we have 3 more in line that are great, and you know, it just kind of snowballs, right? So that is a huge part of Kickstarter design. You know, is the stretch goals, but then also the tiering and all of that. I think that you don't necessarily have to do a web series on it, right? But you want there to be the initial video, the one they get at the top, to give them for specifically with video games or tabletop games, you know, games. You want to give them something that is a part of that's like a hype,
right? It's like hype for the game. And then you want to give them about maybe a little less, as much as you did hype on the investment you've already put into it and your vision of what it's going to be and why they should want to have that vision with you. So, you know, that needs to, it's like all these other things get kind of crammed in this small space, right? But like, it's kind of like 60-40, I think I would balance it, to where it's got some hype in the beginning that kind of gets you interested. And if you're there for the end of the hype, then you'll want to hear this part. And then if you have them kind of flip-flopped, I think that you might lose more people. You know, there's a lot to be said about, you know, what's their interest level in the beginning of the video and what you're giving them to match that. So, you know, you go into it, there's a lot of mentality and stuff, I think, that, you know, that a producer would be very helpful for, but that you can like study successful Kickstarters and get a good idea of what a producer might tell you if you're really honest with yourself. So I think that's why I think it's important for a self-developer, indie developer, to have good self-evaluation, to be able to go, where do I fall short in this scheme of what's a great Kickstarter video, right? Or even stepping away from Kickstarter, any of the crowdfunding campaign sites, like Indiegogo, for example, which, you know, has less stringent requirements on what you're doing. You know, that's the same kind of angle maybe, but slightly tweaked, right? Because in that market, you don't have to promise a completion, something upon completion, so much as, you know, help me out. So I mean, there's different objectives, so it depends on too what your market is, or what your you know, where your audience is. So I mean, YouTube videos I think are helpful though. I think that you want to probably do one follow-up at least that goes into more detail for those people that are going to base their decision on something more in depth about the product, like a review kind of scenario where it's like, you know, mechanics are evaluated or the writing quality is evaluated. You know, I think that that's going to be huge. You know, maybe even sending your product out for free to certain entities that do reviews would be a great idea too, a way to add interest. I don't know, you probably did all this with yours. I'm not sure how much of all you did, but I know you definitely been working at it pretty hard, so I'm not sure how many ideas I'm giving you.
Well, also, again, we're just trying to get multiple views and ideas together for, you know, people that are, you know, watching this going, okay, I've never done anything like this before, but I might have been interested in it. You know, I might be interested. I have something that I think would make a really good game, but I don't know how to approach it or anything. And for the bulk of it, promotionals are the hardest things to pull off. I mean, it's one thing to start a Kickstarter. It's another to sit back and go, okay, here's a free copy, play it, do a review for it before the Kickstarter even gets started, or even during the Kickstarter. And it's mostly because it costs money. You know,
Cost time, yeah. So
yeah, it's money and it's time. Now, I've been fortunate enough to be invited onto RPG Net.
Great community,
you know,
there, actually.
Oh, it is amazing. It is amazing. And the guy that basically runs it, Dan Davenport, I think.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't know, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure that's his last name because I've talked to him a fair bit. That is a great first step, but a lot of people don't like to just sit back and read everything, you know. But in the beginning steps, you need everything you can get, and that's something free that that community does pretty much just because they love it.
Yeah, those like peach threads, right? The please evaluate kind of threads.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. You know, you put up a link for your project, and you know, everybody present is going to start asking questions right there.
Yeah, and you can get it at every step. You can get advice on almost every step, like I'm designing this. I've designed this. Now this thing is about to go, you know, to the masses, you know, and yeah, so it's a very valuable resource, I think, RPGNet and communities in that vein, you know, anything like that. I want to say Gnome Stew, is that another one just like that? No, that's a different. That's another one that I'm thinking of. That's actually more of a comic, I think. But they're
another great one that I know anybody who has tried it will be aware of is oh crap.
That's my game mastering blog. I mixed up my sites there for sure.
And you know what? Now I'm forgetting the name. Distinguished game GM. That might be wrong. No, Gentleman Gamer.
Gentleman Gamer. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a huge one because I didn't even know anything about it, and you know, Rob was like, "Oh, just so you know, I went over and gave a spiel to the Gentleman Gamer," and I was like, "Oh wow, that was a good call. Thank you for that." And the next day, he put up a link on his Facebook, and he was like, "This is a Kickstarter that deserves more attention than it's getting."
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
I saw that, and I wanted to print it out and hang it on my frickin' wall.
Right, validation among other things, but
well, first of all, validation from someone who I respect.
Yeah.
And if you're in the gaming industry and you don't know who that man is, go on YouTube and start watching his videos. The man knows his stuff. He really does.
And has quite a way with words. So
yes.
Yeah.
So those are some things that you want to keep in mind. Anybody else is going to charge you money, and most of your emails and comments that you get are going to be these, I don't want to say bottom feeders or ambulance chasers, but that's kind of what they are. They'll just run around and wait for a campaign to start up and start sending you messages going, "Hey, we can help you with your campaign. Just it's only $100 at the lowest investment," and I'm not saying they're bad, but that's the way they do things. They literally just chase after people until they say yes. And if you have the money, I'd be interested to know how well those groups work. Because if I had the money, I mean, I would have done it. But again, it's money. They're asking for it. And, I really don't have any, to give out at the moment.
And these are companies that are aiming to, to help you develop your Kickstarter or your other campaign, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So.
They're wanting to help you network your name. And get it out to the widest audience as possible.
Well, okay. Yeah, there's some black tactics in there somewhere. I'm guessing, but it just suggests black tactics to me. Like, yeah. I don't know. It's like you didn't. If you didn't actually build a relationship with Gentleman Gamer,
yeah,
and Gentleman Gamer says something great about your game, like he didn't know of any, and you paid for that link. Right? Gentleman Gamer loses credibility if your game sucks. You lose credibility because somebody now has put your name up on this list of games to try, and it wasn't that great. Right? So I mean, yeah. It's dangerous, right? It's dangerous. So I think companies like that. Yeah, I think companies like that. I mean, they're treading a fine line. I think they'd have to. I mean, I'm looking at their site. I'd be looking for certain things, like them not trying to ram that down my throat. Like that's not their thing. That they're just going to sell links, backlinks, or something. Like
yeah.
I don't need that. I don't need a bad SEO on my site either. I don't need links that are terrible for my reputation for Google. Yeah. So
Exactly.
I'd be wary about it too. I mean, and then they want to charge you money, and you're like, well, I don't know what I'm going to get out of that. Indeterminate results. I don't know. It's very sticky. It's almost like you got to know somebody, right? So, but then you have the power to introduce yourself to certain people and maybe put yourself in a better position. So as a designer, that's something you ought to be looking to always do, I think, is to network with others in your industry, because somebody you worked with today, maybe 5 years from now, they have a hit game. And maybe now, when your idea ends up being close enough to their idea, yeah, you can know I'm basically leading towards what's going on with Monty and and Bruce. But that's something that's very real in this industry, is that good designers help each other out.
Exactly.
They don't help out. They don't help out. The designers that are struggling because they're terrible. They help out the ones that are struggling because they're just undiscovered and they're really great at it. And so you gotta get to be friends with those people somehow. So I think it's just important to build relationships and network in this industry just as much as everything else we've talked about.
Yeah, and Facebook is really the best way to do that. Really and truly, except for going out and meeting these people at conventions.
Yeah, that would probably be the most, I guess, the strongest correlated to like a longer standing friendship. But there's still long friendships that are built online. So yeah, the Facebook allows you to do that.
Yeah.
Or
and I'll just cite my experience, as perfect example. Over the years, I have been following Alyssa Faden's work online and on Facebook and her Kickstarters that she's been involved with. And I said, hey, if my Kickstarter, funds itself, I'd really appreciate it if you would do all the cartography for me. And, I had talked to her several times over the years and mentioned, hey, I've got this game I'm designing, and when it comes time for it, I'd really appreciate you giving it a look-see. And it was down to the point of, I know exactly how much she was going to ask and everything. But that worked great. And then, and I'm going to mispronounce this guy's last name. Aaron Acevedo is a huge name right now with Savage Worlds.
okay.
But he has worked on everything from Call of Cthulhu, World of Darkness. He's got like 30 different games that he's worked on over the years. And he came up and said, you know what? You're looking for artists. Let's see what you need. And he talked to me for a while and quoted me a price, and considering his name and his qualifications, I mean, it was very reasonable. Very reasonable.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing to point out, is that you can find artists like that. If you have a budget, if you have an art budget,
yeah,
it's there. But I think I think that gets back to what we were talking about early on about, it's almost integral to the success to have the art budget in place before you go for the big one, which is where you say, hey, if you love this, you're going to want to put your money in now because it's going to be even better with your help and all that. That stuff is hard to sell until you have the art. So
yeah, I know, because I had both of them on board for their respective, arts. I said, Aaron was going to be art director, so he had his own team that was going to come in and do all the in general stuff. And I was just floored, when I actually just first had the opportunity to talk to him. Nevertheless, when he was like, "Yeah, we can work this out." I mean, it's one of those names, it's like it's like finding out that, Bruce Cordell is willing to work with you on your project. It really is. If you look up that man's name, because he was working on one Kickstarter at the same time that we were talking about working together, and it was a Savage Worlds, like oh god, now I can't remember the name of it. It was a Western, like Six Guns, I think is what it was called.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. And I mean, that game went big. I mean, it went big, but then again, it was Savage Worlds, so that was
Savage
just
Worlds
one.
has a good name for it already. So
Yeah, I mean, I've barely played any of the exclusive universes they've released. You know, like I've never played Rippers. I've never played Necessary Evil. I've never played Solomon Kane, despite the fact that I want to. You know, with all these, and that really comes to, you know, the last thing that I wanted to cover is, you know, like I was saying in the beginning about the artist who wanted $100 for a character sketch.
Yeah.
You know, is how people deal with, you know, the harsh realities of, you know, well, this is I'm doing a 256-page book, and most of the books that have been released at this size sell for, you know, 30 to $40 basically,
Okay.
because that's the truth. And I'm just looking at that going, okay,
I'm never
I
going to
know-
make anything. It's like,
well, it's
right,
one
like-
of two things. Yeah, it's I'm never going to make anything, or, you know, how am I going to be able to take that money and spend it wisely enough to where the audience sits back and says, yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this guy. We're going to see what else he comes up with. You know, because I've seen it go both ways. I've seen people sell their books at dirt cheap prices and they falter. You know, they falter because they're not putting enough out there. And then, you know, and then there are those that try and do competitive pricing, but they don't have enough info. They don't have enough to fall back on. They don't have any other supplements planned or anything.
I think
Come
business planning is probably a real big consideration for that, right? You know, it's like, how much money have you allowed yourself to dedicate to the art, and
yeah.
and then also how many drawings or how much art did you really expect to see in your book? And
Well,
Well,
here's a quick statistic for this last one. Your average RPG that does have art and has the average amount of art for the industry, your book is going to be 33% artwork. So basically, if you've got a 300-page book, 30 pages of it or the equivalent of it will be art.
100 pages.
Or, yeah, excuse me. I don't know what I was saying. I suck at math, and I'm not reading from a script or anything. So
Yeah, I knew what you meant, but yeah, so a third of that. So
yeah, a third of that. So, but that's including, you know, like half-page art, quarter-page art, and all of that stuff. You know, it all adds up to be, you know, that 1/3. And it's gotten, well, it's pretty much, I believe it's still the industry standard, because if you look at Pathfinder and D&D and Warhammer, oh god, Warhammer, you know, you can really see that ratio. You know, you can really see all that artwork build up to that. But then you look at some of these books that do well and go, where's the artwork? You know, and again, that just gets into, you know, it goes back to something else that was as simple as, you know, a game without art is never going to do as well so it comes to point, why try and break your back if you know that's something you can't deliver on? You know, the point's
As far
kind of,
as
they're
as
kind
far
of,
as making a game without art, or
yeah.
yeah, yeah, don't
I
do
mean,
that. Don't do that. Just, I mean, you might get a draft out that way and get it to an artist, but yeah, well ahead of the release portion of your project. I mean, you're going to need to have some art. You're going to need art at the phase of probably to get playtesters even interested. You might need art. You know, just a piece, even one, would be, you know, integral to getting someone interested, because when they see a wall of text, they're going to go, I don't know if this is going to be any good. If they see art that's interesting and shows them some things that they want to play as or against, or some challenge that they want, you know, that's going to be enough to get them to at least start reading. At least get them through the paragraph, you know, a little, give them something to be like, oh, that's kind of what I'm getting into, and then, yeah, I would be interested to read that. And so I think, yeah, the art is. I think you should set aside enough money to have a, even if it's not color, but to have enough, to have illustration of something key to the setting, something key to the characters, maybe even the characters themselves, and then, you know, that's enough, I think, just to get started. You just need a couple, something key to the setting and the characters, so that people can imagine what the game's going to be about, judging that by the art, and then read to get the depth that you want to deliver to get them really interested. So, yeah, I think it has a lot to do with buyer mentality. You know, you got to kind of understand that mentality too. That not every consumer is a diehard, read every word before making a decision.
Yeah.
And in fact, very few are. Very few consumers really have that kind of commitment to evaluation of a product they've never heard of. So.
Yeah. And I know that too. I've met one person who told me that I didn't give enough on one of my Kickstarters. And I was just like, how much do you want? I mean, because, you know, I had the stats of several races. I, you know, walked through the mechanics and this, that, and the other. And he was like, I want to see more of the mechanics. And I was just like,
did you find that to be a unique opinion, or one that kind of resounded?
That was a solo opinion.
Oh, okay.
Because in my one of my first updates was, here's how the mechanics work. Like, these are the mechanics, you know, and it's like 2 pages, which, you know, is not much, but, you know, I guess he failed to see that that was my mechanics, you know.
Right. So a central task resolution system, maybe he didn't understand how that might work and how that might apply to across the board. You know, maybe he just didn't see the depth in it, right? So maybe that's where you step in and ask questions to find out what he didn't get.
Right, but this is the way I approached it, and this is the way I did it. I did an update where I was like, these are the mechanics. This is how the mechanics work. And then I did an update of this is my favorite race that I developed for this game. And here's the in-game text, as it will appear in the book, description of that race. Okay. And then the next update was like, okay, let's go back and revisit this race. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a character featuring this race. And finally I said, okay, now this is what it all means now that it's all on the character sheet. I don't see how I could have given more detail.
Yeah, I don't think that you even needed to go that far. You know, I think that after a certain point, you start to draw in people that want more detail, right, than is really even necessary to begin with. Like, if you never talk about a particular race, you don't have to really explain it before your product can succeed.
Right.
But if you talk about it in general terms, it gets people wanting to know more about it. Then they start asking about it. Then when you provide that, it's meeting a demand.
Yeah.
Right.
But I approached it as, okay, no one's really heard about me outside of my ring of playtesters, and maybe my friends who know how long I've been working on this. And I wanted to show them just how easy it was, and that it's very, it's almost instinctual. You're building on one thing, and when you find out what you have to do next, it's like, duh, I already knew that was coming up, and this makes complete sense. And I just wanted to show them how easy that was. Also, using the same mechanics when I was doing when I started. I'm not done with it. The Green Lantern Corps role-playing game that I wrote pretty much just as a fan work, because I knew there was no way I was going to be able to afford the licensing for it.
Right.
But I made a video and I said, I can make a character. I can make a brand new race and a character for this game in 10 minutes. No, I said 15 minutes, and I did it in 11 minutes without looking at a book. Now, granted, I wrote the damn thing, and I should be able to do that.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have other videos where you can see, some of my other friends come in and pretty much do the same thing.
Yeah, that's more relevant. That's more relevant to you. Like, what could a layman to your game do?
Yeah. And it took us about an hour and a half, but we were bullshitting most of the time. Like, we get into the middle of, okay, oh yeah, and I remember this Green Lantern story when this happened, and are you covering that in the game? And just we were doing stuff like that the entire time, and then I'd be like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be making a character, we're supposed to be timing this, grand total maybe took us 30 minutes, somewhere between there. The video's still online somewhere.
So let's say that you're a designer and you've realized this takes a little longer. Do you then pitch it as a 30-minute process, or do you try to redesign some elements to make it even streamlined, or do you maybe just not mention that that's a benefit to your game? Just kind of say, well, that's part of the game is a lengthier process or a shorter process that it doesn't really break any expectation in the industry. It's like, where do you go with that once you figured that out? Because I would say shorten the process, but then I want really short processes for everything,
Right.
And so that's one of the key things that I was going for. But like Shadium Song focuses in on the races a little bit, right? So
yeah, it really does.
That could take a little while, and it probably should, to make it as weighty as it should be. Yeah. So how would you go about tackling that challenge of, well, it took 30. Oops.
But that was me making a brand new race.
Right, and so there was a lot of that was discussion.
Yeah, but with Shadium Song specifically, the most time-consuming part of your character creation is choosing a race. Once you've made a race, you can finish a character in 5 minutes, and that's just going step by step what's written in the book. You put all the relevant information on your character sheet. You spend this many points on your skills. You have X number of points to put anywhere you want to. Okay, your character's done.
Now, is that coming from a person with no experience? Would you say they have that same experience?
It always takes them longest to figure out what they're going to play, and not as much on how to actually build the character, because again, the character sheet is designed to flow with actual character creation. Like I said, I put a lot of emphasis on my character sheets for multitudes of reasons, and that just happens to be one of them. You literally, as you're reading character creation process, you're going, okay, this is where I get my attributes from. This is where I get my skills from. And I mean, literally, you don't need to look at anything besides the character race that you're wanting to play. Plus 2 pages. And those 2 pages are how the rules work.
Right.
Which shows you how you compare the attributes between races, how many points you put into your skills, and that's pretty much it.
No, but you said this, your system is point buy though, so that makes me wonder.
Yes.
That makes me wonder how that works, because usually you can't get away with a 5-minute character generation with point buy.
It's really simple.
Because you have lots of options usually. So.
Well, yes, but you got to remember that I'm releasing the material in 4 different installments, basically.
Okay.
The first installment is nothing but your race and their attributes and the skills. Because it's point based. There are no classes. And the numbers and the math are all easy. The biggest number you may deal with is 20. So there's not much there to take up too much of your time. Now, the
math light.
It's very math light.
Yeah.
And I was specifically focusing in on that because I hate doing big math for games.
You're definitely a child of the GURPS revolution. Yes.
Actually, it was more Palladium than anything.
I call it a revolution, but it was more like a devolution.
Exactly. But I knew in the way that my game is, since the mechanics are written, in favor of role play, that some people were going to want more. That's why in the second book, I'm going to be releasing bloodlines and some new races and, new tactical packages and stuff like that. And I don't think it's until like the third core set that I actually get into like encumbrance issues are really a big thing. In the first draft, it's really easy. All your equipment costs a certain amount of points, and it's really easy to figure out how much it as long as you know the price of that item, you can figure out about how much it weighs / how much space it takes up on your character. And you have X number of points to fill up before your character can physically not carry anything more. It's the old adage of a character coming into town with 40 weapons on their back and carrying 3,000 gold on their hip. That just can't happen in real life. I mean, no person can carry around crap like that.
Right.
Especially when you consider 50 gold as a pound. I mean, well, it used to be in D&D. I don't know what the conversions are now. But yeah, the encumbrance rules are in the first core set, but they're so simple. Like you've got a basic adventurer's kit and healing kit, and all these have different numbers of uses, and it doesn't matter. If you use your 10-foot coil of rope 10 times, after you've used that level 1 kit for 10 times, it's gone. It's worthless. It's really simplistic that way, but I know a lot of players who would prefer it that way. But I know an equal number of players who want to get into the meat of things, and they're going to want to know every detail. So that's why in every core set, I'm introducing more crunch that is not necessary at all. So you can make an epic level character or a character out of the epic core set, you know, which is a new race, racial abilities, new magics, and they're going to be completely balanced with a beginner character and what you can get out of the basic core set. They're completely balanced.
Yeah, I've heard you say that. I keep hearing you come back to that too. You know, that's a feature of your system, and I think that's a great design goal. I wonder about the other statements you make though about the targeting of crunchy players who like crunch. You know, they want more statistics, more detail and mechanical implication and choices there. So that's, you know, that's one end of the spectrum, and then there's players that really just don't want any crunch. They want all descriptive, narrative kind of stuff to flow along, and just doesn't really mechanically hamper their character in any way. So where you might say a balance would be 5, and then 10 being crunch and 1 being no crunch. You know, where does your game, do you think, fall in the first set in its basic element, basic state?
Probably if you're brand new to the game, it's going to be at about a 3. Because in character creation, it looks intimidating, but once you read those 2 pages, you're like, oh, this is so simple. But the system is actually designed kind of ass backwards, at least at the basic set.
Okay.
When you create your characters, the book does not say, okay, you're getting a +2 here because of this. You know, it's up to you to supply where you're getting that +2 from. Oh, there was this kindly old wizard who taught me how to tie my shoes without using my hands. You know, and that's where I've got this +2 on my character sheet for tying my shoes. You know, or whatever. You know, but that's the way you put together your character in this game. The mechanics at the end of the day are exactly what you want them to mean. You know, everybody may end up with 5 levels in the combat skill, but that doesn't mean they know all the same things, you know, because there are skill specializations and whatnot. And you may have combat skill of 5 in, like martial arts, hand styles and whatnot. And I might have combat 5 specializing on, in broadswords or whatever. You know, anybody that uses any magic, psionic, or divine energy whatsoever is going to rely on the mystic skill. But nobody's going to be using all the facets of the mystic skill. So you have Mystic 4 for combat spellcasting. I have Mystic 4 for one of the 2 types of psionics. So it's very interpretive. You know, you decide what the numbers mean. You know, now the attributes themselves all balance on one scale. So there's no interpretation needed for that. But for everything else, you know, of course, that's just in the basic set. Because as you get more crunch, as you go further up the core sets, of course, we're giving you more options and we're telling you where they're coming from. You know, this is coming specifically because of your ties to your bloodline, your heritage, you know, or, you know, things akin to that.
So some things are more cause and effect in that, you know, you pick an attribute from the setting that's fitting for the character, and then that determines some statistics, right? But then other things are, I need a bonus to strength to represent my character. I want him to be really tough. He gets this from, and then you invent the experience to go with it. So you can have like kind of either way to develop the character.
Exactly. But in the beginning, everything is faced around, you know, it's all players. It's all what they want and how they want to express their characters. You know, it's like you said, I want a +2 to strength, and the book's not telling me how I want it. You know, and My response is okay. Well, what would you want it to say? Well, I want it to be because my character studied a lot of martial arts and it made me stronger. Okay. And everybody looks at me kind of dumbfounded. They're like, okay, what? And I was like, that's where you get your bonus from. You're spending the same number of points as somebody else who gets +2 to their strength and says that they're an Olympic athlete. And that's where they got their bonus from. It doesn't matter mechanically where it comes from. What matters is your interpretation of what's on that character sheet.
Yeah, and that'll appeal to the players that want a lot of control over their characters. That'll appeal to players who are also more of a narrative mindset, where they'd like to see the numbers or being just they are there on their sheet, but that you get to determine how that makes sense.
Exactly.
Maybe you have a supernatural power to talk to people, and that's why people like you. But then again, maybe you're just, you were raised on the streets and had to learn how to talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So that could be too. But now, so I guess then that it brings up an interesting point. How do you feel about the design decision by some game systems to take the element of equipment out of damage figures, for example? So there's a game like Dungeon World where you have D8 damage no matter what weapon you use if you are a fighter, for example. You do a D8, and if you're a wizard, when you fight people, you do a D4. If you grab a broadsword, you do a D4, and if you punch people, you do a D4. So what do you feel about that kind of mentality of the numbers are just schema kind of?
Yeah. First of all, that wouldn't work in my game because there's a huge difference of size with some of the races. My smallest race is about 2 foot tall. The largest race is almost 50. And I had to come up with a way for them to be balanced in combat. And so basically, what's called their size level will determine, first of all, how much damage it can take, and how much damage it does. Now, characters that aren't strong and tough, they're generally, nimble or at least balanced with everybody else. But the bigger the races are, though, they have the distinction of being easier to hit. So you don't get a penalty for playing a small character. You get a penalty for playing something bigger.
Right. So maybe that doesn't apply to your game, in the same way.
Here's something else, though. Okay. Let's just use D&D for an example. Okay. I'm playing a halfling that's using a sword, just a simple short sword. You're playing an orc using a simple short sword. Now, D&D is better at it than most because they used to have damage, or they had damages that were for small and medium weapons and then for large.
Yeah, the scaling figures. Yeah.
But what happens with my game is, okay, the halfling is a size class 1. Okay, so he's using a size class 1 weapon. The orc, is size class 3. Or no, 2, because they're only a little bit bigger than humans. So basically, you read it as a multiplier. Okay, me playing the halfling, my damage rolls are, they don't have any bonuses, they don't have any penalties. But that orc, the sword is still going to do the same amount of damage. It's the strength that goes behind it. So the orc's damage is multiplied by 2.
Okay.
And then a bigger race, would have a 3, 4, up to 5 generally. 5 being the highest that I let a player character start out as far as size concerns go. And I found that through all the combats we've done, through alpha testing, beta testing, and then just having fun, it works. It works with the damage system, the way the damage system is designed. It works when you're playing a fast character versus, you know, a brick house. It works in every way it needs to, without getting into, okay, small size dagger is going to do D6, large size dagger is going to do D8. No. Dagger's going to do a D6 damage, you know, no matter what. Your size is going to, your size of it's going to be what defines it. And you've already got that value on your character sheet. You don't need to figure it up from anything. You're going to roll your strength, multiply that by your size level, and then roll the weapon damage. And that's it.
Yeah, and you know, and I think that's an interesting take on it. I feel like having players play characters of very greatly varying sizes is a dangerous feat to pull off, as far as the storytelling situation, right? You know, it's hard to get a giant to fight alongside a human. So, yeah, so there's that, and it's tough to make those stories make sense too. So it's also a strain, I think. But you know, I see that what you're trying to go for is terms of you want to offer diversity, right? You want to offer options, right? You want a lot of options, I think.
Yeah, I do. Because I grew up on games where, you know, you buy more material, get more material to put into your game. Even though I'm not planning on doing a, you know, metric fuck ton of supplements, because I'm not. You know, at some point there's going to be a cutoff, and I've said everything that I can about the setting. You know, and I'm not going to just produce more fluff just because I need, you know, more book sales. No, I'll just release a new game. When I get to that point, you know, I'll just release a new game, and I've got several of them that I can do next.
Interesting fact about that. You know, the expectation, or at least the release schedule for content that relates to your original project should be about a month apart from each other. So, yeah, so if you have setting that's 200 pages long, a setting, you know, document like that, maybe would a designer be remiss to release it all as a supplement or as a setting guide in one breath? I think that they would be shortchanging themselves, wouldn't you?
Well, it depends on how they approach their project. I approached this project as everything being released at one book. And then, of course, I realized no one wants to buy a 700-page book from a nobody. Monty Cook can pull that off, but I can't.
He's arguably not a nobody, but yes, I see what you're
well, he's the only one that has, and probably the only one that ever will.
You talking about Tallis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. So, you know, then I divided it up basically, and I was like, okay, I know I'm going to need to divide this up, and how am I going to do that? And I can't even remember what my original answer to that question was, because whatever it was, at some point in time, I decided it sucked.
Okay.
And I mean, flat out, I was like,
so scratch that idea, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like, you know, screw this. You know, I mean, it does not appeal to me when I present it this way now. And maybe a week later, it came to me. Well, release the game in stages. I already have it all written, you know, so it's not hard for me to say, okay, if you just want the basic storytelling rules, here it is. And then, okay, here's this, and then here's this, and then here's this. Now, all 4 versions will be ready as soon as I have the art in there. And, you know, so after the Kickstarter, you know, I add in the time that I'm going to need to get the books printed, to get them formatted, layout done, and shipped out. You know, it's not going to take more time to do the epic set because I'm only doing the basic set right now. And that's just because I've worked on this game for so long, and that happens to be the case for this one. None of my other games are going to need to be divided up into 4 different sets. You know, each other game is decidedly smaller in range and storytelling, and it's not because of anything else other than it being okay. Well, you know, this game's in, you know, 20 years advanced in timeline than us in the real world. When you have a game that's based on Earth, you don't need to put near as much context into that book.
Yeah.
You know, and the next 2 big games that I want to release are both basically Earthbound games. You know, so it just makes those easier, and so I can put on the appearance of putting out something once per month because I already have all that material done. You know, and then once all that's done, I can put out the next setting book, and then a month later turn out the next one, you know, or however long, you know. You know, the main thing is this first set is done. You know, this first story, this first setting is done. And, you know, like I said, it doesn't matter what you want to play. You're going to be able to play that in my game. Now, of course, you can't play a Jedi, you know, but you can play. You can tell me you want to play a Jedi, and there's some way in the rules, even the basic set, for you to be able to, you know, pull that off.
Oh,
Welcome back.
Came back.
Welcome back.
Hello. Good to be back.
We're discussing Shadium's song right now, and I'm getting asked some pretty good questions. So I'm hoping what this will lead to is
Spoilers.
yeah, some well, no, not spoilers, players.
I take it, Ruben, you've been playing Shadium Song? You're one of his playtesters?
I have not.
Oh,
I've
okay.
only met Eric 2 weeks ago, and we've been playing a game every week so far.
Yeah, sometimes two,
Sometimes 2, yeah.
because ETU, East Texas University, is, oh my God, it's the game I have most fun with right now. I've had to take a little bit of a break from Shadium because, you know, I was losing so many players. And certainly I can run for 2 players, but I'd much rather have, you know, my original playtester and my project coordinator, and then some complete noobs, you know, because I want people to jump into the game and go, I don't know anything, you know.
It's me.
And, well, yeah, but still, I mean, you know, all you need,
but hey.
all you need is that interest, and that's more than enough. You
So
know.
hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. What were you talking about? And go on.
Right, we were talking about Shadium Song, I guess, and then I was challenging his, I don't know, not challenging, but so much as kind of like delving into why and how do you deal with situations like where, well, I mean, we were talking about it just now. We were talking about when you're trying to pitch the game, you know, like how much detail to give. I guess we kind of diverged a few times, but
Yeah.
we were talking about, I guess, that.
Yeah. And some of the topics I wanted to hit, we may have spent like 3 seconds on. But I'm not complaining. You know, like I said, I'm not working off of a script here.
Right.
So, and plus, I have this addiction to questions. I love for people to ask me questions. And because it's free publicity for me. You might be just trying to understand a few things, but everybody that's paying attention to what you're saying And what I'm saying afterwards, you know, hey, that's just time where they can go, okay, yeah, I like that. Okay, I like that. Okay, I like that. Okay, that's enough for me. You know, I'll try the game. Or I can't stand that. There's no way I'm going to play this game. Click, done.
Well, in that sense, I think an FAQ video would probably be really helpful for your cause, right? Like
Yeah.
have the questions that you get most often answered in a shorter format, right? Like something that's just for people that are kind of on the fence, and have something for that. Like that seems like the kind of video that you would want to have, right? Like in place, like so you could pitch it to people, you know, say, well, if you have questions, you know, this thing's 5 minutes and covers the most important, most frequently asked questions. If it's not in there, then hit me up, you know, and then
Yeah.
So that way you can field a lot of those questions without having to personally answer them, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
But yeah, I think the reason I was asking questions is kind of to give you that chance to talk about it, because you know I realized that yeah, you have this that you've been working on for a long time. So you know, a lot of what we're talking about is relating to how is that fair in Shadium Song.
yeah. And I prefer to have, you know, I don't like to talk about things in a vacuum. So me just sitting down and doing a video, I mean, of course I have no problem doing it. I just don't like it. You know, I like to be there. I like for there to be some level of interaction. You know, but putting together a little, you know, 5 or 10 question FAQ, you know, yeah, you're right, simple. And I've tried to put one together a couple of times, and I never can get past question 2 without laughing at myself, because it just seems so presumptuous. You know, it's like I'm gonna ask myself the questions and I'm gonna give the answers.
Oh, no! You need an interviewer.
Well, I mean,
Absolutely, yeah. You need an interviewer, even a friend that just reads the questions that you wrote, so that you know. But even if they do that, and yeah, practice it one time. You want the video to come off clean, so that you're not unprepared with how your answer is going to come out. Like you. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said about preparation in that sense. You know, YouTube videos that are live, they're held live,
mm-hmm.
but don't seem 100% live and terrible. You know, like most of our live videos can be. I mean, I don't know about you, but content creation is kind of, it's either great or it's like, oh no, what have I done, right?
Well, I don't know, Ruben.
Like
how
either
have
you
I
have a
been
great
doing?
actor.
What's up?
I said, I don't know. Let me ask, Ruben. How am I doing in my storytelling? How am I doing in my in the games that I'm running? You know, even though I end up fudging rules in Savage Worlds.
All right, don't worry about that. I mean, if we're talking about video production,
no,
it's
not even
like
video production.
One out of 5.
Yeah, I know. I don't have any of the appropriate equipment to be doing this. No.
Right.
No, I'm talking more about the actual content. You know, the quality of the work that goes into a game as I present it to you guys and you guys play through it.
So you're wanting him to rate you as a game writer, game designer, basically, or?
No, I will say 2 out of 5.
This coming from someone who's played in every one of my sessions since you joined the group.
Well, you know, it's coming from someone who has seen the Titan's Grave YouTube videos.
You can't compare me to that.
I can, and I am comparing you to that.
So I think what he's saying is that's a 5, right? One out of 5 is 1 out of 5 is the guys that just ramble, wandering through the session the whole time. Nobody knows what's going on, right?
Yeah.
And then there, you've
And then
got
I'm a 2? Oh my god. Oh,
I think you just crushed your
my life
spirit.
has been
All right.
wasted.
Well,
No.
You know how long I've been doing this? Oh my god.
And I'm out.
I've had
I'm out.
decades of games going on for years at a time, and I never had to ask how I was doing because they kept coming back, and I assume if they keep coming back, I'm doing something right. And now here you are.
I
you keep
am
coming back for more. And you're calling
okay.
it 2. Ouch.
Okay. Relax. I would say
I would
say
everything.
I would say that this is a 5-star rating system. Okay, it's not a 0 to 10. Okay, this is a different rating. Okay, this is a rating that if you're bad, then you don't even rate.
Okay.
You know. Okay.
Yeah, because if a 1 is somebody that at least they're doing something right on camera. You know, really a one in the grand scheme of it would be somebody who just turns their camera on and turns it back off, and
No.
you know, that's a 1, right? That's realistically a 1, but we're not talking about you being down to that level, you know.
Yeah.
In this system,
Yeah,
one is there's a standard. There's a standard at 1.
Yeah, I think we're talking about more like a 3 is something that you like and that you can recommend to all your friends, really. You know, really.
You can't recommend my games to others. You're breaking my heart.
Maybe not all of them.
I think I would. I would if like if the quality no, I'm sorry. I can't separate from production quality. You know, I was gonna say that it would easily be a 3 if you had like a better webcam and a better microphone or something.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm not even taking that into consideration because I
Yeah,
know
okay.
that's something I'm gonna have to work on. But I can't help that right now. What I can
Okay.
help is the way
Yeah.
that I run my games.
I think
So if
the quality of the games.
Sorry.
Sorry. The games themselves, I would say, it's like a 3 to 4.
I can live with that. Almost
Yeah.
a 4 on a scale of 5 sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, but what's the deciding factor there? I mean, I think all we've ever played together is Savage Worlds, or have you?
I think sometimes it's not your fault. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it's just like I think it was Ted or something who had to go AFK. You know, the quality of the players also impacts the overall quality of the game. And so.
But that's not my fault.
No. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm just rating the game.
Overall.
Yeah, the watchability of it.
Oh, the watchability, no.
Yeah.
We're talking about the playability.
The playability, yeah.
You know, and how much enjoyment you get out of the work that I put in, not how much you enjoy another player because they're ruining it for you.
No.
I know I've been in groups that I've had people quit because they could not get along with another player at the table. And then, I talk to them, and they're all like, yeah, you need to get rid of that guy. So I don't invite him back, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but at the same time, if I've got 5 people over there here saying they freaking love playing my game, but this one guy has got to go. They're not going to play until he's gone.
I wasn't even saying that. I was just saying, like, for example, me, like, I'm not 100% with English, so this is what you get, And, some players who need to go AFK, it's small things. Nothing that I would say, I hate that guy, he should leave. It's just, I was just saying that the quality drops a little bit, you know, when people aren't in it 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
And yeah, I can definitely understand and respect that. But the one thing that I always have to keep in mind to myself is this is the internet.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be people like that. There are going to be people that, yeah, they probably are good players. They're probably really good people. But for whatever reason, you know, they'll drag down the experience a little bit for everybody. And I've met a lot of people like that. You know, it's the internet. And so it's the internet's fault, not mine. So, yeah.
I think the games themselves, I would say like a solid 4. Then, if you're gonna push me in that direction.
Well, I'm pushing you for truth. You know, I don't want to be.
God.
I don't want to be. You know, I don't want the deciding factor to be the fact that you know, like some of the things we were just talking about.
I would say a 4. But I'm extremely biased because you're asking me directly, and you're the only. Well, besides Edgar, but for now you're the only DM in.
The pressure's not on you.
You're the only DM I've played with. Jesus, sorry, I can't seem to find the words. I always DM'd. You know, it's the first time I'm a player in someone else's game. It's with you, and I've only played 2 games. But I would say, from my experience watching a lot of YouTube games, I would say it's pretty good.
That's all I can ask.
Yeah.
You know, he says it's pretty good, and he keeps coming back for more. I mean,
but it could be better.
Okay, well, see, I'm not going to laugh at something like that.
Could be a lot better.
If there are things that you think that I could do better, I certainly want to know, because that may be something that can feed into my game design, and you know, something that I improve upon with actually creating my stories could help me in my game design. So, you know,
maybe. I think it's the part about your games I really like is when you just say like, okay, like discuss, you know, amongst yourselves, and you can make like really cool situations for the players to just talk to each other, and it's really weird, and everyone's got like a secret and everyone's trying to hide something from each other, and it's cool. But I do think maybe your NPCs could be a little stronger or something. Is it that? Maybe.
And the only thing I can really say about that is the game that we're playing.
Yeah, it focuses on the students and I know.
Yeah, and not only that, but you know, I just got the books, so I'm still reading through them and trying to decide if I want to use the NPCs that are in the books, because like I said, they've got every staff member statted out, you know, or at least a paragraph about them, so you know how to roleplay them and whatnot. And I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to use that or if I'm going to start making up my own characters. Because right now it's like half and half. But it's going to be just as much effort either way. So I just have to decide if I want to stick with ETU or, you know, make it all up myself, which I'm probably going to stick with ETU. You know, that way other game masters that are watching the videos can go, okay, this is how he's handling so-and-so. I'm going to have so-and-so in my game, so I, you know, can pay attention to this.
And I'm actually looking for ETU right now. I just found it, but...
go on eBay. You can get every book for $60.
Oh, no, I was looking for your game. the ETU game that you were doing. Yeah, and I was going to see what game system it was, and then I guess it's ETU.
Yeah, no, it's Savage Worlds.
Oh, it's Savage Worlds. Okay.
Yeah, and I know I put Savage Worlds on there.
Okay. So I'm trying to just kind of read it in brief, and I knew before that it was a student game, right? So I knew that it's about being on a campus, or you're at the freshman, that sort of thing. So that was kind of interesting, but I think like I didn't see how Savage Worlds really would help tell that story, I guess, and I shied away from it.
Yeah.
I shied away from it, but then in the larger sense, I didn't really feel too interested in playing as a student in my adventure story or whatever it is. So I didn't want to role play as a student. So that's why I didn't get involved in it. But perhaps you can, say something. Yeah, maybe you can say something about the game that might get others interested, or even me, But in the sense of what does it offer as a storytelling? What am I going to get when I sit down at a table for this?
Okay.
So that I know if this is something I would want.
The first thing is you're not going to be playing Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Okay? At no point in time will the storyline devolve into a musical.
Okay, so not Supernatural, not Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
No, I did not say Supernatural.
But you said you're not going to play Buffy, right? So I'm thinking, okay, so that whole mythical element of all that mythology.
No.
Suddenly I'm like, that's not.
Buffy.
You're not getting that? Oh, okay. So you're not going to be a vampire slayer.
You are.
Not,
what? Didn't we just kill a werewolf?
Well, yeah. But that's the whole thing. It's not a werewolf hunting game. It's
Right.
not vampire. It's not zombies. You may deal with all of these things. However, I'm doing one thing in this game that they don't put in the books. It's all built on the Cthulhu mythos.
Oh.
I
thought that was the front of the book.
No, it's not.
Okay.
There's a different supplement book done by Reality Blurs that came out years before ETU, and it's called Realms of Cthulhu, and it shows you how to make characters for Cthulhu in pretty much any time period. And so I just plugged in the modern rules into ETU, which was easy enough to do because it's the same rules. But yeah, I guarantee you, if I mention the color to Mark, he's going to know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right, but okay, so that's Cthulhu mythology, right? So like most people.
Well, anybody who's a fan of Cthulhu mythology, you mention the color, and they're going to know exactly what you're talking about. Or they should.
They should. Yeah.
If
I can imagine a few possibilities where you wouldn't, but yeah.
Yeah, there's
maybe you
only
just skimmed
one.
it. Maybe you just skimmed it.
Or
The old ones. Shagath.
Dagon.
Dagon.
Yeah. The color is on the par with those other elements as well, and it was also the best of the Cthulhu movies I've ever seen. But yeah.
So you play a character who doesn't know what's going on, who's going to figure out what's going on.
Exactly.
And it's dark, mysterious magic kind of stuff, maybe otherworldly energy that you can't understand, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now, it's even like that without Cthulhu. I just like to put a Cthulhu spin on things because, well, I'm a fan. And apparently people like the way that I do Call of Cthulhu. So,
And I haven't seen that done. So, but I also haven't seen it done too tastefully, really, to be honest. But it's hard to be Cthulhu-esque and then not, I don't know, and break the pattern,
Yeah.
Because there is sort of a formula that works really well, and then there's kind of like the deviations around that, so you kind of get similar stories that do continue to work. So.
Well, let me put it to you in.
Like you don't tell them everything that's going on in the explanation for the universe. You never do that in a Cthulhu game. you can never do that. And
But
so,
let me tell you this, okay? Ruben's character lost a hand in the first adventure, and he did not ask me if he could make a new character.
Right. Well, I wouldn't. I would play with no hand.
That I would say I've DM'd my share of small games, and I know the do's and don'ts. You know, and the don't is don't ask to re-roll a character just because you got wounded or something.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a pretty big don't.
I was talking about a character like that but an hour ago, I think.
Yeah.
You know, players, you know, not wanting things to happen to them because they like their character too much.
Yeah.
No, I mean, because you got to see where the story's going to take you. And I promise you, when you see the payout, you'll love it.
Wait.
His character in
Ruben?
DTU lost his right hand.
But
But he wants to find out the rest, right?
What's that?
Are you out of that game, Ruben, or are you still trying to find out what
I'm
happens?
still playing it.
Okay.
We've only had 2 sessions of it.
Supposedly, I lost my hand, which in Savage Worlds is not a big deal, by the way.
Oh.
In Savage Worlds, it's not a big deal. If you lose your hand, then
no big deal.
You have -2 to stuff like climbing.
Yeah.
So it should be fine. It's fine. It's gonna be fine.
Well, all tasks involving both hands automatically fail, though. So.
What task involves 2 hands? Really? Not many.
I would argue climbing kind of does.
I have a -2. I have a -2 to climbing.
I want to see you climb one-armed up a ladder, and do it in any time frame.
One arm on a ladder?
Yeah, you have to climb with one hand.
No,
try
you
that. No, try
It's not
that.
so bad. It's not so bad.
I can climb a rope with just my feet. I am not kidding.
I'm sorry, Eric. Sorry for laughing.
I don't understand why you're laughing. I mean,
I
thought it was clearly a joke. I
can't even climb with both hands and feet. You can climb without hands.
No hands. He's just putting it up.
I was in the army. I was in the army, with air assault school, and one of the things they teach you is how to climb rope. And I can climb better with no hands than with both hands.
I'm sorry. Now you're just shitting me.
You're so trolling right now, aren't you? You got to be trolling us, man.
I will show you a video if I must. It's simple.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to believe it when I see the guy next to him who's just like 2 hands just throwing himself up the rope, and you're like hopping up and down.
Well, I probably
no hands.
Okay, let me rephrase. I cannot do this anymore because I blew my knees out when I was overseas. Okay.
Well, no, with 2 hands, 2 hands and no legs, you're okay.
No.
Because you've got something. You got something to grab with, man. But anyway,
I have no upper body strength. I really don't.
Okay.
But I mean, climbing with just your feet is actually easier than it sounds. A lot.
Not up a rope. Not up a rope, it ain't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway.
I'm taking the stairs, bro. That's just something to say.
Now, I mean, you have to lean on the rope, and you have to lean on the rope a certain way, but...
Well, it's fine. We were going to talk about Savage Worlds. I mean, I guess I'm not into that kind of game. I don't know, like, right now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in a mood for a game that's going to give me the kind of the fantasy that I can now. That sort of thing. The stuff that I can explore and maybe reveal to myself and the players, something like that, versus the darker, more mysterious things. So I guess like that's why I probably won't jump in on your game. Just based on the concepts that you're going to go on in that game aren't really the things that I'm looking to play right now. It's really like I know I've already played Savage World before. I know how pulpy it can be. It's pretty. I don't know. It's kind of like it's meant to be sort of like an adventure game you're scared of, I guess. Like you're kind of scared to adventure in it a little bit, but you're going to be okay. Ultimately,
Claim that my player characters will be okay.
They're going to be okay, and then suddenly at some point they're not. But yeah. I don't know. It's meant to be a Savage World. I mean, how can you play a game like that and not expect to get something bad to happen? So.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Savage.
But the theme of the game is what I was more interested in. What your theme was, right? So that's something that right now I'm not into. Like I've had enough of it recently. So
yeah,
I get a lot of that.
Off on a different, line of, discovering the supernatural. I mean, could I hook you into doing Shadium Song?
Well, I think Shadium Songs. I haven't yet decided that I like it. I don't like it yet because the reason I don't like it, I feel like, is it's very deep. But I think that some other players will enjoy that depth, those layers of depth and complexity that you're bringing. But for me, it's just not something that I'm interested in having as a big part of my life. Like I could play a one-shot of it and probably give you an evaluation, but as far as starting a game of it, like I know that I'm not going to be into that level of stuff when I have my own aspirations as game designing going on.
Well, that's
again, that's my problem. Again, that's kind of my problem with it because I did read as much as I could without having to pay anything, but. On that, like I was trying to be Dewey solid that way. You know what I mean? Like that I could look at it all and see, okay, what can we take away from this? Even though I'm not interested in it, I know there's people that like games like this.
Yeah. But I am looking for people to do one shots.
I think if anything, the way that I would help most with Shadium Song is to storytell a game. Using it.
Ooh.
The only reason I say this is because Eric, you are very passionate about your game, but I think your storytelling ability is not as good as your passion. I think you have hang-ups. You have some hang-ups with your speech and your ability to get information out. That you have there's certain things that just kind of disconnect me from what you're doing. So it's like
I'm a writer. You give me a script that I've written, and that's different. But I will completely.
But this is your script. This is your script. I watched your Shadium Song videos. I think the only thing that it lacks for me is an announcer that keeps me interested.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like you know your product the best.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just say your charisma rating is a little bit below 16. It's not the level you want your announcer to do. The guy that's going to pitch the game to people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I've actually looked at getting somebody else to do that, and personally, I'd love to get a female voice. From a female player, obviously, because first of all, that's your gaming gold right there.
Yeah, but not as a gimmick. But not as a gimmick. But do you
not as a gimmick, no. Not as a gimmick, but I mean.
But a female that was really into the game would be beneficial. Sure.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. But I have nothing against anybody who wants to say something about the game, as long as it's an informed.
No, I mean to GM it, right? To run it, like in a video. If you're going to show a video of someone running the game, I know you would think that you would be the best one to run it, right? But but in some ways you're not, because you know more than anyone else about it, and
Right.
you're not actually learning the game to show how it would actually play for somebody who hasn't actually played it.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right. No, and I completely agree with what you're saying there. I'm definitely not the best person to do it because I'm way too biased, and I'm going to focus in too much on what I like, as opposed to anything else.
Maybe.
You
And
know,
I'm sure you could even separate that, right? Like I feel like you're logical enough, dude. Like you can just realize probably when you're doing something like that, being too biased, and then you might even second guess what you're doing and all that. But there's somebody out there who's got charisma to be like, I know what I'm going to say the first time, and I say it right? And then they say it with the power that you need to get people interested in your game.
Again, I'll say Monty Cook, because
But maybe the woman who did the intro to the Numenera video, because she had a kind of a unique voice that kind of perked your ears and made you want to listen. It was storyteller-esque, right? So something like that.
This most recent video that they put out.
No, I'm talking about the very first one in
Kickstarter.
2012 or 2013, I think it was.
I'll have to go back and listen to it.
It's just like a simple woman's voice, spoken with very little like deliberate kind of accent. It just sounds kind of mixed, and so you don't get this. Oh, she's Spanish. You don't get that, but you also don't get that. Oh, she's American or British. So she doesn't have any distinct accent. And that was a very clever selection of voice talent for that, because it gave people a little taste even more of what Numenera is supposed to be, So even through the narration and the fact that a woman was chosen, things like that, If your game is about medieval fantasy or those sorts of stories, maybe a female's not your best idea for that.
Right.
But if your story is about relationships, a female might be really perfect for that. If that makes sense. If your game's about relationships and social intrigue, a female voice could add a lot of character to draw people that are interested in that.
I think you could do well with male or female. It's all about, like you said, the charisma, like having a strong voice. Yeah.
Yeah, like Gentleman Gamer, he's got a great voice for something like that, but his voice is so instantly recognizable that you couldn't use him, right?
But apparently Ruben does not agree with us when it comes
But you don't like his voice?
Screw that. No, if I heard that voice in an introduction video, I'd be like, what?
He'd have to tone that accent down, right? But aside from that, it's a strong voice in terms of character, right?
Yeah.
So if he was doing a game like Fiasco, maybe that would fit. If he was going to pitch Fiasco, but if he's going to pitch D&D, hell no.
Yeah, I mean that's why you do casting. You ask a few people to send in some samples, like read this line, just one line, read this line and send it, and then you choose. But I thought you guys were talking about GMing a sample game, or are you talking about the introduction, a video introduction or something to a Kickstarter video or something?
I was kind of looking at it as doing a section of
a sample.
A sectionized sample of a game running. And I know I can't do it, especially not with my crew, because they've been playing it so long that half the time we're playing, we're devolving into nothing but hysterics. We're all laughing way too much because we know how bad it is. Everybody knows just how bad it is. It's the exact same when you get too many people around that have been playing Cthulhu for so long. you know, and they're like, "Oh, we're playing Cthulhu. Okay, I'll run away." Um, you know, it's gotten to be like that because we've been playing together for so long, and these were two of my original playtesters. And so
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so
yeah,
sorry.
they're sitting there going, "Oh crap, she got the Grays here. Oh, we know that name from last game."
Yeah, also your playtesters probably don't make very good you know, sample players or even actors, you know, like oh, right now I need you to like botch this role and explain like, oh no, you know, what happens when
Oh,
you botch.
at one point in time,
Yeah.
I was going to be writing a script, and we were going to go over it a couple times before it was actually
That's
recorded.
okay too.
Well,
That's okay too.
that's what I'm talking about.
it can work,
Uh,
but you know, you got to have players that have the right kind of acting ability for that too.
Yeah,
Like, they got to make
Yeah.
it. You know, it's kind of tough to really act it out. Even, you know, it's almost easier just to have actors that are learning the game,
yeah.
and then they just deliver things in the right way. You know, they get that content that you need.
We'll wait. Just kidding.
Well,
Just kidding.
Not even if you just
But-
get the guys from
but-
school, like get
yeah.
kids in school that are in drama class that know a little something. Maybe they've read things over announcements, or they know something about how to deliver a line kind of
Yeah.
directly. I mean, there's not unheard of to find these kind of talents. It's just that you got to kind of dig a little more than you just your gamer community, because we're not those people usually.
Yeah.
Right? We're
Oh,
usually
I-
not.
I-
There's a lot far less of us
Oh.
that have personality, that play games that's their thing, right? That they're like super personable. Like generally, we get into these games as a way to escape that requirement to be that personable, and then we can pretend that we are someone who isn't, is
Yeah.
or isn't. You know, it's
You put me in a different scenario, and my charisma level is going to change. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
so maybe that charisma level can be tapped into, right? Maybe you got to be the mesmerist.
It all
from day
starts
one.
with a
Yeah,
better
well,
webcam
when
and a better microphone.
You gotta be the mesmerist off the table too.
Well, I'm just referring to the fact that, you know, I feel completely different when I have a guitar in my hands and I'm on stage than I do sitting on this end of the GM screen. You know, so
Well,
Yeah, but
pressure.
you have to feel like a rock star, you know?
Yeah,
If you're
I know.
going to give, it's almost like a performance.
yeah.
You know, if yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't get off on that feeling, I mean, that makes me say you should be a player. And if you do like that feeling, and it pushes you to some other height that you don't normally get as a player, you should be a GM.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think if that's what you get your kicks, that's what you do.
Yeah. And I love running games, you know, almost as much as I love being on stage and, you know, having beers bought for me and all that other kind of fun stuff that goes along with that. But I
Right.
haven't done that.
Okay.
I haven't done that in more
But,
than 10 years. You know, I've been doing gaming consistently for way too long.
Mhm. You need to loosen up. But on that point, I would say also, it's never okay to have boring players, but it's okay to have a boring GM, because the GM just has to present the story, and in some cases, it's better that he's as straight and like a stone wall as much as possible, so we can let the players shine. But you know, that's one interpretation.
And in some games, I think that would hold true. I think in the games you've played, you just have a limited experience, right? Like you've said, you have a pool of like
Yeah,
two
it's
GMs, one of which is you. So.
Yeah.
So there you have, and then you also have, I guess that's just table experience, but then you also have viewing experience where you do see other things. So, I mean, Yeah, I would just say that that I think that you should definitely play more games to get a better handle on that, because I feel like you're missing out a little bit when you think that the GM could add something to just be stone cold. I think that those cues that you're talking about that are left out, I think those are integral to the storytelling experience for us all to have fun. I think when I let you in, that the door is secret. There's a secret somewhere because I tell you that you're at a dead end. I mean, and there's some kind of wind breeze or something, and you know to look. I'm prompting you to have fun in this setting. And I think that's kind of where I might disagree. But I feel like, man, there's some games where you just don't want the GM to let on anything, or situations where that's great. But
I wasn't talking about being secretive. I was talking about I don't know,
like being a bad actor, I think is what you were saying, and I was saying like I don't think that's good.
And I've been in drama club before.
I wasn't talking about no. I don't know. Maybe I didn't express myself well. Maybe I was talking more about time. Like that the GM doesn't hog the spotlight with very big descriptions and stuff like that, and just lets the players interact with things. And I'm a big fan of even like Eric said in the first session that I played with Eric. Like Eric said, if you walk into a room, you don't need to ask me like, are there chairs and the table? Like if it's a classroom, you can assume there are, and you can act on them,
To draw and fill in the blanks.
Yeah, fill in the blanks. Yeah.
Collaboratively do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really great. Yeah, and I think the point you were making too is really good about that to let those role playing experiences happen, and for the GMs that step out of the way, that they're doing something good. So I know what I think in that sense you were making a good point, and
but yeah, you
I would
also
agree,
made a good
100%.
point that I need a lot more experience before I. Yeah.
I guess it was kind of not related to what you were saying though, so I apologize for even kind of going there. But I agree with some of what you're saying. And
so Eric, what you were talking about was setting up like a sample game.
Yeah.
That you would use as even like a promotional material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to do that. And I know that it wouldn't necessarily include me. I don't have that large of an ego, because I know that it's been years since I've had to sit back and read a script and act. I didn't do that until I did that all through junior high and high school, but that was, I'm not going to say how many years ago.
That's okay.
And there's a very good point of let other people do it. And I realize that, I accept that, and I would love to see it done.
Yeah, even if it was just a neighbor that showed some interest a long time ago, and he just kind of sat there and read off the script, and then did it without a camera, and he could do it well. I mean, that would be better than you trying to do it and then doing it without.
No, I don't think so.
I think the external voice is important, because even if it fails, my point is, even if it fails, it doesn't work out. He's learned a lot more from that than he did doing it himself in front of a camera.
Eric,
by trying to direct
if you're going to get someone else, get someone better than you.
I'm not saying he's the neighbor. I'm just saying it would be helpful to just do that.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? To get the game out into more hands, and to see how it's accepted by someone who's not necessarily your target. Things like that. I mean, I'm trying to be helpful here. It's all right.
No, I know what you're saying, but it's coming across. It's like he rated me as a 2, and now you just inferred that or implied that I'm retarded. And
if you bring a really well prepared one-shot adventure, like with prepared scripts for the NPCs, things they would say, personalities, blah blah, prepared descriptions for some of the areas, so if you bring like a prepared script, I think you can increase by 1 point from 2 to 3. Okay, a really nice script, and then if you can really upgrade the video quality, and by that I mean,
Oh, I know what you mean.
you know what I mean. Like if you look at Mark, like if he just cleaned up the boxes behind him, it's pretty good already. You know, he's got like a nice space. He's got good lighting. He's got a good microphone. You know, it's already pretty. That's kind of a good level to aim for.
Yeah, I am setting up a web channel in here, so that's good that you're pointing that out.
It's
Yeah.
great.
It's kind of a test run right now. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I clean that up. It's gonna look great. So.
Yeah. I have very little place to do this right now. I don't have as much space because my brother and his fiance are living with me too.
But even here where you are, if you could you know, change the webcam so that your head is centered on the video.
You know why I'm doing it this way right now?
No, I don't know.
Because I don't want my kitchen to show up in the video.
Oh.
I'm dead serious. Not that my kitchen's a huge mess. It's just, I mean, if I had my gaming bookshelves behind me, yeah, no problem. But I just can't do that right now.
You don't need gaming bookshelf.
Well,
What if those blinds? What about those blinds? Point your camera
Those
towards
blinds
the
are
blinds.
cool.
Yeah. Point your
okay,
camera
No,
towards the blinds. You sit
No,
in front of it.
the blinds are cool. They give the nice pattern and stuff, like a wood feeling
yeah.
thing.
Right. So, like, if you sit in front of the blinds and have your camera pointed back at you, which the blinds are showing,
But you know,
that'll be
yeah.
fine.
I can't even do that.
No.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, if you're trying to sell your game, if you're trying to sell your book, you can at least, just for 2 or 3 hours, find a better backdrop, you know, and turn on some more lights so the lighting's a little better or something. You know, it's the least you can do for the
But
video.
another thing is, if I'm talking on like a Kickstarter video, I would want my head to be to one side or the other, so that on this side, I can have text that pops up if it's needed. You know.
If you're talking on a Kickstarter video, you have to go to the go outside, man. Go outside, get a little tripod, a little camera. You know, you don't need to do it in your kitchen. In fact, you shouldn't do it in your kitchen. Like
Right.
even if you know someone who has a nice office, or maybe I don't know in America how it is, but maybe a public library, you know, like with lots of light, lots of books behind you.
There's one logistic problem with that, and that's the fact that I'm a disabled veteran, and I can't get out of the house as easily as everybody else.
Okay.
So there is that.
But now, if you want to ride somewhere, and you really need it, and this is what you want to do, right? So I mean, if you need to ride somewhere, you can get one probably, or at some point you need to go to the doctor, right? Like this should be a little less important than the doctor to you, right? If this is something you've been working on for 11 years. So you want this, right? So I mean, you got to get out there.
Been more than 11 years, but it's $5 for me to get from my house to somewhere and get back. And this is a bad time for me right now.
Okay.
And you know, so that's why my video quality is where it is, and it's why my audio is the way it is. And you know, trust me, things get straightened out a bit, everything's going to change. I'm going to have an entire room set aside just for gaming. You know, and so I'll have the nice little bookshelves and my miniatures, and it's going to be my game room.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
Yeah,
you have to do that. I'll contribute to your Patreon just so you can get a better webcam.
The first things that I'm going to be starting that for is because I know I need a better webcam, I need a better mic, Even
I
if
think, yeah.
it's cheap software to help, clean things up and make it look more professional. But those would be the first things I do, because one of the main things that I want to do is run games.
Yeah.
And I want to run games that, the patrons, say 10 people get together one month and say, okay, well, we're going to pay $2 each, and we want you to run us through a game of Heroes Unlimited. I don't know why anybody would want to play Heroes Unlimited unless you're me. But yeah, that's one of the things I was looking at was, I have to have better equipment before I can sit back and say, and I have to have better internet connection. I had to lower all my settings today because this conversation dropped like 4 times.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I mean, no, we
No,
never had this conversation.
that's one of the things. Like, if you do a game, like a sample game and stuff, one of the things you have to do is you have to record your own video feed, and you have each of your players record their video feed as well. And then, like, you don't just trust Hangouts to focus on the right person at the right time.
No, I already had audio and video people sitting in the sidelines saying, "Hey, we're going to get it mastered for you and everything." I already had that, But I'm in a place right now where I have 2 playtesters, and one of them's the project coordinator for Haphazard Projects, and the other one is just an old friend of mine who has playtested the game in 3 of its incarnations. And I know I need fresh blood. I know this. So this is. I mean, yeah, we're way off topic right now. But these are things. These are things that that I would be very appreciative of people like Mark to help me with this. But at the same time, I'd like to be somebody that helps. And I might not have this terrific charisma, that makes people, because my voice is already getting hoarse because I've been talking most of the day. So I know, I'm not the ideal person.
No, you have a good voice.
You have a good voice. No, yeah, I see
don't
your
have to-
equipment. Yeah, your equipment kind of hurts that, and just your setup, in general, like you're on low bit rate, stuff like that. Like we can't really hear any quality to your voice because you're using like a cheaper microphone or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I'm using a camera that I picked up at the store at Walmart. It was like $30.
Yeah.
I put a little money into that to make it somewhat okay, and it's not even that great as far as among camera standards, but it gets the job done.
What camera do you have?
Logitech. It's a 720p.
Me too.
Camera.
The
Yeah.
same as mine, man.
Probably. It
It's
says
the
it
one
right on
that's
the front.
like very
720.
horizontal. It's shaped like this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's it.
Yeah. I got
that camera's $30. The camera's $30, and it has a good microphone. I'm not using that microphone right now, but I could, I think.
Yeah, I'm using it right now. It seems to be doing my voice okay. I have a better one behind me, but I'm just not into it.
No, the video camera I have was $10, and the audio sucks.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm a recording musician, so I happen to have a bunch of nice audio stuff that I also can combine with a little bit of money, and then I'm in there.
We still need to talk about
But
that because I remember seeing, I remember seeing those amps during our first conversation, and I was like, yeah, okay, we're going to need to talk about this, but not on RPG time.
That's fine. I invite you to talk to me about it at another time if you want, and we can talk about that.
Definitely.
I still haven't shown you all my cool stuff. I have lots of toys, man.
Yeah. First things first, we need to figure out how to jump into each other's games here. You know.
Yeah, we should talk, I guess, about trying to do a session of Shadiums, you know. We've been
Yeah.
talking about it, kind of hinting, we've been hinting around it, and I know you want fresh blood. I mean, we could talk about that. I'm not sure I'll be able to wrap my head around everything, but, you know, maybe I can provide something useful to you in that sense.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure.
I don't know. We'll just have to see if I can handle being a player for a session or not. That's my problem. I'm serious. I've got real issues with not with control, but with just, I don't know. I've come to expect a lot of quality out of myself over the years, and so I just my players never quit. Okay, but I always end up moving away. It's the problem. So
yeah. The internet's been this new thing for me. Players that I play with face to face, yeah, I'm used to that. They don't quit. You know, I end up moving away.
Well, I think what he's saying though is that you don't necessarily need to have everything, right? You don't need to have all these equipments and monies for everything. You can just borrow it. If you talk to somebody and a friendly level and ask them, I need your camera for a day, and you can be there when I use it, you know? Was that okay? I think you could probably get a camera that would allow you to do this video that you want to do, that you're saying I can't do this because of that, I don't have these resources. I know you don't want to
No, it's not that.
Think like that, but that there's some things you can do, and I want to encourage you to try to think about it.
The population of this town is exceedingly small. There's no gamers. There are barely any comic places anywhere nearby, and it's too freaking expensive for me to get around for the day and to meet people, you know, and go, hey, you remember I was talking to you about this? You know, I was wondering if you could help me out with this. You know,
So,
it's literally pretty much just me out here.
I'm just going to intuit something. You don't get a lot of interaction outside the house, do you?
No, I don't.
Unless it's through the internet.
Yeah, that's why I'm addicted to, you know, getting online and running games and having conversations, meeting people that way. You know, I mean, things were different when I lived in Wyoming and when I lived in Alabama, but here, no, it's just me.
So you're not very mobile then with your chair, or is it just that things are far? Because like that's a problem, right? You got to figure out a way to get out somehow.
Well, no, the problem is there's nowhere to go. I am not kidding you.
I'm going to go to my neighbors tomorrow, and I live in DeLand, which is basically a farm town. I can hear cows mooing out my back porch. All right, so
my neighbor,
I'm going to go visit my neighbor just because I've never met him. But, you know,
no, I
have
that.
legs. I have legs, right? I have legs that function well. So what's holding you back there? Do you need to have somebody take you there, or are you able to go places if it was close enough?
It's a 3-mile hike for me to get to my mailbox.
Right, but are you mobile enough to make that 3-mile trip on your chair?
Oh, yeah, I mean, no, not the chair.
That's what I'm saying. Would you even would you be able to do a half a mile? How about a quarter mile? How about
I live on top of a mountain.
Yeah, so it's really hard.
Oh, no, dude, yeah, I don't even know why I'm asking you these questions now. Just tell me that. You live on a mountain, you're in a wheelchair.
I live on the top of a mountain, and
yeah, you basically need transportation.
Yeah, on my best days, you know, I'm using a cane.
Okay.
You know, but I mean that's, you know.
Oh, apologies. I just didn't know. I had to kind of get the situation because I'm wondering why.
Cool.
I can tell you didn't want to hang around your house all day, but you know, something was there. Something was there that we need to talk about, I guess.
No, I have the internet, you know, and that's what keeps me sane. So.
Well, there's a lot you can do with the internet, but I think you're gonna have to embrace it completely. Maybe pick up some more skills, right, for using your camera, and just start doing it and letting yourself be open to the comments that you get, right? Let that guide you to what's working, and then Like
This comes-
these videos, I mean, something like this might be good. Maybe you do a series on something that you're
That's-
really passionate about.
and
just
that
to
was
get people.
that was one of the things that I'm looking at specifically. But doing something that everybody else isn't.
Well, like I've seen you talk today and have like a lot less of the things that I found issue with in your delivery before. Like I don't hear you saying as many ums and like kind of stammering over what you're saying and thinking very long, and that's kind of the things I'm talking about that kind of hurt your delivery. But then when you're talking about something off the cuff, you seem to understand. You seem to just it flows better. So
Yeah.
like perhaps that's where maybe you don't plan a script, but you just have like bullet points on a board. That's something to guide you, and then that'll just lend that much more to what you're doing because you kind of improv better than plan it and then read. Right?
Well, I mean, that's what gaming is, right? I mean, if you're a player, all you're doing
It's
is
both.
improving.
Well, no, it's
Yeah.
both though for your position as a
Well, yeah.
designer and storyteller.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're alpha testing, and you're just seeing that everything's going to work well together. You have to, you have to think of what you're going to create at the same time that you're running the alpha test. You have to have an idea of where you're going to know where to even start from. I mean, my playtesters had the fortune of being able to, talk to me over the course of a couple of weeks, and we pretty much easily, they were like, okay, well, this is the race I want to play, and this is the type of character I want to play. And I was like, don't get caught up on the type of character you want to play, because that's all, it's all up to you. That has nothing to do with anything else other than your interpretation of what you put on the character sheet.
I would disagree. I would
What?
say if I want to, I would say if I would disagree. That doesn't matter what they want to play. I would say if they want to play a knight, that you should be told they want to play a knight, or that kind of character, a justice-based character, and that way you can give them experiences that they want.
Well,
right?
no, maybe I worded that wrong.
Okay.
Um,
But that's what they want to do. They want to tell you what they want to play, whether they're
well,
saying
no,
that.
I understand that.
differently.
My point was something that we got at earlier, and I'm probably getting a little bit foggy here because I did not take my pain medicine.
It's late too.
After I ate. Yeah, it is. I'm usually in bed playing a video game by now. I'm a chronic insomniac, so I hardly ever sleep. But no, it was more to the point of you don't need to worry about how the rule book explains what you want to play. What you want to play is completely up to you, because you are defining how these rules conform to your character.
Yeah.
Not the other way around. You don't have to read the book and go, oh my God, how am I going to make the character that I want? No. You get to sit back and make your character, and the rules will let you do that. It's the same thing that I told you about Shadium, when you first started asking me questions. It doesn't matter where the +2 came from unless you decide that it matters for you.
So in Shadium's song, do I play? What is my role in the game? What is the role that I am playing? Is it that of the farmer or the prisoner, or is it more of like you're doing something, and it's kind of like the GM's up to kind of come up with that thing?
No, it's completely up to the players. You can play somebody on any level, as far as I'm a prisoner or I've been an adventurer for a couple of years. With the points that you start off with, there's going to be, like I said, there's balance at all levels. Okay, so the points that you have for your character, you say, well, my character's been an adventurer for a couple of years. This is what I've been doing. Ruben may say, well, my character's been in prison for 20 years. You know, and if I'm playing the game, I might be like, well, my kid is my character's you know, a college student, you know, and he's been spending all of his time in university. And then it's our decision on how we want to approach the story that is presented to us. We don't have to be heroes. Hell, we don't even have to get along. It's just for whatever reason, you know, we have to act together because of the environment we're in, or because we do have, you know, vested interest in the same thing, or, you know, but that's more up to the players to decide.
Right.
Know?
They might say we want to be treasure hunters, or they might say we want to be farmers that encounter problems, or whatever they want. But
it's a Gothic horror setting, so there are going to be tons of things that are going to act at opposite. You know, so, and I guarantee you there are scenarios I could run where you decide you don't want to be a farmer anymore, even though that's all you've done for the past 50 years. You know, and you decide, oh wait, no, I want or need to do something more. And I could have run 10 years of storylines of you just being a farmer. You know, I can't see anybody enjoying a game like that.
No, I wouldn't suggest that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I mean, Settlers of Catan. They kind of.
But that's not a role-playing game, really. I mean,
arguably.
What's that?
Arguably, in my opinion. It's a form of role-playing, I think.
Yeah, it is a form. Yes.
No, it's not it's not what you think of. But
yeah.
So I mean, okay. Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand. Like, usually a game has a certain kind of character in mind, right? And then it supports that well. And then when games try to support all kinds of characters that you can come up with, they usually can't support it as well.
Well,
so I mean, I'm concerned. It's concerning me from a designer, right? You know.
Okay. Well, here's my answer to it. Okay. The game presents itself, at least the basic set, as basically you've grown up in this nation that is it's an empire, but they take very good care of their subjects. There's, you know, like public education. There's levels of there's, you know, levels of technology up to like a computer network. Most technology is techno magic, basically. And so
sounds Titan's gravy already. I don't know. Just a little bit Titan's gravy so far.
And you know what? I keep meaning to, but I haven't watched any of those or anything.
Oh, you need to.
I know I do.
Gravy.
You need it in your life.
I know.
Ruben, you know what I'm talking about. That series was so good.
I only watched the episode 0 and then up to episode 3.
Oh,
1, 2, and 3, which was really good. It was really good.
1, 2, and 3 is really good, and so is kicks in again about 4.
But, yeah.
3 is a low point. 3 is a low point, but then 4 all the way through.
Then,
it's really good.
Yeah, but then I would say 2 and 3 were kind of like
disappointing after 1.
He's being too funny. He's like a comedian. You know, the adventure, it really dropped. You know, like every character was a drunk or a stupid robot who like blah 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 blah. It's like he was like he was doing a comic stand-up or something, and
right.
It lost the seriousness because the intro has this seriousness, and the characters all have these very deep stories. And then you have to go get the beer, the legendary beer, and stuff like that.
There's a meme that's been floating around for about a year and a half now.
What?
And it shows, and the top half of it says, "This is how every D&D game starts." and it's the scenes from Fellowship of the Ring and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
Prim proper, and then the bottom half is this is how they end up being, and it's Monty Python Search for the Holy Grail, where everybody's like,
Oh,
Yeah. Well,
so I mean, there is some truth in that. I mean, I try and run serious games, but when my players are cracking up and making jokes, I'm like, I'm not scolding them, going, no, you need to take this seriously.
right.
yeah.
Because I look at it and I'm like,
You need to take it seriously.
But you really should.
I'm leaving.
yeah, exactly. My golden rule is always if the players are having fun, then 99% of the time I'm having fun. But that's what it boils down to is are my players having fun?
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, what were you saying about Titan's Grave?
Oh, I was saying that it was a good series for him to watch because it does show off some well delivered like story. Like this was a story that was planned, right? It's a linear adventure, I think. I think it's got some wishy-washy parts in the middle, but it's very linear. Things are always happening. It's like, all right, what do you do? Only lasts for a little bit, and the scene is always changed by Will. Okay, he never lets the players say, "I'm leaving," unless he wants them to be able to say they're leaving. Right? Like when it comes to what do you do at the end of a speech segment. As soon as they say what they're doing, there's really only a few really sensible options for them to do things, and they're all in agreement to go along with it, right? Like all these players, I mean, the players were actors. They were paid to do exactly what we're asked. We're kind of saying you might want to do for your game. So if you watch that and you see some ideas from that, then great. It's a gold mine actually for that. So
yeah, definitely. Except my version of storytelling is that I always leave it up to the players. I react the way I should.
I think he does. I think he does, but he's got a kind of an outline that they almost can't get out of without ruining the game.
Yeah, and that's not a way to run a game, in my opinion. Some
That's
people
okay.
may like it.
Well, I see that there's now. Well, that's just saying because it's like a marketing thing. The whole video series is.
Yeah.
It's clearly a way to sell books. But I mean, but at the same time, it actually was really interesting to me as a viewer who I knew I'm not going to buy it. Right, I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to read as much as I can about it, but I'm not going to buy it because I'm not going to find a group for it right now. Where I'm at to play it, I'm not going to buy the actual book. I might buy the PDF.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? I watched it from that perspective, and I took a lot from it, just in terms of as a designer who's thinking about doing a video for his game, So I just thought I would put that.
Now I know I need to watch it.
I would suggest if nothing else, you watch episode 0 and episode 1. You at least get a little bit of it. But it does have a low point. It's episode 3, I think. I think it's what may be going on with Ruben. I had a friend who stopped at 3, and then I said, push to 4. You're gonna love it. And 4 was like, she watched the whole series in less than 2 days. So.
And how many is there total?
10.
Damn.
Yeah, there's 10 if you want to watch all 10. And then we're talking about a second season. So.
Oh wow. Damn, I really need to get to watch that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say you have to watch the whole thing, but I just thought the way they did episode 0 was great.
Yeah.
And that's that would be kind of the sort of video I would think would help get your game across the players.
Yeah, but that comes almost from veteran.
Yeah.
YouTube.
It's like a 10. It's like a 10 as far as explanation videos go, like in my opinion.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, Eric, if you want, I don't know why your Patreon page, the videos are all down.
I started working on it again today.
Okay. I can give you a hand if you need anything, okay? Like, I do have some knowledge of video editing and stuff like that, and some effects. Okay. Anything?
I
you
mean,
need.
I know 2 or 3 people as well, but I mean, I
Good,
do
good.
appreciate the the
Offer.
offer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
But because I mean they're usually busy with work and whatnot, and I don't like to ask them.
Yeah.
But I mean, just having more people to ask just makes things easier.
Okay.
Hey, Iric, man, I want to definitely, just to like kind of let you know that like I really appreciate, all the work you've done on your game, and I feel like that I should check it out, right? But I'm so frightened by the depth of the number of races, and just when you start to talk about the numbers of things you can do, it just makes me go, this isn't going to be really great at anything in one good thing. It's going to be kind of okay at everything, and that doesn't appeal to me, right? Like, so I want to. That's why I just want to like tell you that you can present your material maybe in a different way, because if you it's good at something, it's good at one part of one particular part, and maybe you're having trouble explaining it to what I'm looking for, but that's basically what's going to help players get involved too, is for them to know
Well,
what they're going to get, what they're going to expect to get from your game, and what it does
yeah,
well, and not what it can do, because we know you can make D&D do social combat, right? But
yeah,
it sucks, right? It's a bunch of skill checks.
exactly.
So no, that's not a social combat. I mean, it's kind of like too far down that mechanical side, right? But if you could somehow make that come out really good, you'd be like, that's what it does great, or it does combat really great, or it does having lots and lots of races really great, something like that, but not that it does everything ever great.
Well, it
It's not going to
does those
sell.
things good.
It's
It
not going to
does
sell
all
anyone.
those.
You know what I mean? It might sell those GURPS hardcores guys that want a little bit of everything in their game or whatever. They're trying to look for the mutt. Or a super sci-fi fantasy nerd. He loves every genre ever. He might be into that, but you're not going to sell a lot of books that way. You're going to have to find out what it is about your everything that's good.
Well, I would appreciate doing more conversations like this. Maybe not recorded, of course. This one's going to be edited.
He's recording everything.
No, well, there was at one time that I wanted to record everything. Not that I was going to put everything on YouTube,
Right.
but so I could go back and watch and take notes or whatever, But I've been kind of taking notes here too. I got all my notepads and whatnot over here on my left side.
Yeah, I didn't figure as you were going to keep it in an unedited state regardless, since we had some breaks and some other things going on. I said, well,
yeah, it's going to be broken down.
I was going to say it should be okay to talk about this stuff, but if it's not, I'll lay off a little bit.
Well, no, my hesitation about talking about things, personal, or the fact that, it doesn't need to be in a recorded channel or anything like that. I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but I don't want to talk about it with the world watching. It's like, that will come across. I might come across like, even though it's not the case. Like I need help. Just in the fact that it seems like I don't get anything done, and going to the grocery store is like a huge problem. And
oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. We don't. Yeah, we weren't trying to highlight that necessarily.
well, I know that.
Yeah.
But
I can see what you're talking about, because some people do stuff like that. Where they're just talking about their problems to get help.
I mean, no, that's just not me.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure anyone who's been watching knows that's not the case.
Yeah, I forget. People have actually been coming in and out, watching this. So, but yeah, no, this is going to be edited.
Yeah, well, I think you're on the right track, though, right? Like, it seems like you're taking criticism more gracefully, and I think that the rating, though, the rating thing, you shouldn't get hung up on, man. You know what I mean? Like,
I was giving him shit.
Yeah. So like, I think if somebody rates you a 2, right, just say, okay, send me an email later about it, and tell me why you rated me a
Exactly.
2. And then it's not like fix what you said, right? Like fix what you said if you didn't mean it. Because then it's like, oh, well, I kind of meant it, but I don't want to talk about it here, right?
Well, yeah. But no, I definitely want to know, people's opinions of the games and stuff.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I can't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, but I think it was good to talk about this stuff. In general, everything we've talked about really tonight's been good.
Yeah.
And
I
so
definitely want to do more talk about game design and whatnot, because I mean, I do have a lot of experience, and that's not me trying to toot my own horn. That's just saying, I like talking about it. Gaming is my thing, and it always has been. So, I like talking about it, and if other people have questions they want to ask me, then awesome. It's like I explained earlier. I love questions.
and questions specifically about game design, correct?
Well, yeah.
You're saying?
When it comes to
just
like gaming
questions.
No, not every question.
Creepy questions, even.
You have a question for me?
I do not have an
Wait,
answer
that's-
for you.
And things went wacky. Suddenly
Yeah.
it's Saw.
Yeah, I know, but no, I mean, yeah, I do want to have more of these game design conversations and get more people involved, and whatnot. So yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll wreck your dreams later. That's cool. No? Just messing with you, dude. I'm still messing with you, but
No.
I have had a good time. I think we should talk later or tomorrow or something if you want to talk more. But
Yeah,
it's pretty late.
I need to get somebody to eat and take some more medicine. But yeah, I mean, like if you want to get together tonight and chit chat, or give me more info on your game.
Yeah, I didn't really talk about it much. Yeah, I didn't want to be like trying to like insert everything about my game, comparing and stuff.
Well, no,
I thought
the whole
I
point
think-
was to hear multiple people's opinions about things that they have either had experience about or questions that they have.
yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
yeah,
I think I inserted a little bit of a description, right, about the game, and then I just kind of left it at that, and we haven't really talked about it since. But
yeah,
I
certainly was by design. I mean,
yeah,
I generally, genuinely, wanted to hear more.
yeah, I think we had a lot of topics that it seemed like I didn't want to be like, well, we're not going to get to any of those topics if we just talk about
Yeah.
my game, Legacy of the New World. It's like there's a lot to it, sure. I've got 200 pages at least now, and I've probably got another 100 that are in like a master document that I'm like, well, I'm not quite ready to go in yet, but so I'm getting quite a page count. Quite a page count. I could talk about a lot of different things, right? So I just thought I would go okay, and just lay down a little bit, and then we can maybe talk about a couple elements that maybe you take inspiration from, or maybe I get inspiration from you. So
Definitely. I mean, that's why you talk to other people in the first place about anything, right?
Mhm.
Most of the time, most people, are wanting to talk, to, compare, how things are going, and helping out, or
yeah, it's like hopefully you haven't heard my story yet, and hopefully I haven't heard yours, and we both like go, wow, that was interesting. Then we learned something,
exactly.
So that's all I'm hoping for. I'm very into that kind of stuff. So that's why I was cool with like this discussion just about game design and not game design, like right, like I think the world building is what caught my interest first.
And that's
honestly.
my favorite. That's my favorite thing to talk about. I mean, because when I was in college, I took a world building class, and I approached that project completely different than I did any of my other, my other gaming storylines or anything. But beyond that, I really didn't learn too much from that class. The teacher of that class had been a DM for like 7, 8 years. They had a lot more. They had a lot more class time, of course. So they were qualified teachers, but I'd been playing for 2 or 3 years more than a college instructor who was giving a class on it. Yeah.
So it's awkward. It's awkward. You're like,
yeah, it really is, especially when he's talking about D&D, and I'm talking about Warhammer, I'm talking about Magnamund, I'm talking about, frickin'
Scrub.
yeah, he's a scrub. You're like Mr. Veteran. And he's trying to tell you something about
he didn't even mention Rollmaster.
No.
And I mean, Rollmaster...
I wouldn't necessarily bring it up either, though, unless the discussion was about the breadth of role-playing games, because Rollmaster's kind of...
I guess it was, if he talked about D&D.
Because Rollmaster is Middle-earth role-playing. It's the exact same thing. So if you're teaching a college class, wouldn't you include a game that included Tolkien?
If it's about Tolkien, the class about Tolkien, maybe. If it's about games with a specific focus. Yeah, and I probably wouldn't necessarily put it in like that. No.
What about for language constructs? Do you ever fool around with that for your game design, for your world building?
I mean, I would see that the Lord of the Rings itself, with the portions that discuss the language and how it's put together, would be useful for that. But
yeah, I mean, none of that. Most of his classes were, this was my session, and this is what I learned from it, and you guys try the same thing. Or there was one session that he fell into the complete trope of a gamer saying, "Oh, guess what we did this past week in our game?" And I'm like, I want my money back for this class. I mean,
So he's nerding out. He's nerding out, and no one knows what's going on. Basically, like.
Well, no, everybody knew what was going on because half of them were my players. I am not kidding you.
Yeah, but it's like it's his game, right? Like we're not that interested in his game.
Yeah, I mean, it was like
He was talking to the rest of the class.
Yeah, he's sitting there talking to the rest of the class about his game, and we're sitting here going, we don't care. And it's not because it's not interesting. We don't care.
You were his players. You were his players.
Yeah.
That's pretty. Yeah.
I mean, it was just nothing.
So you were the lesson plan.
Oh God! I mean, we were just sitting there going off on the fact that we do this on a daily basis. We'll sit back and we'll talk about the games that we played and our favorite character moments and all this. We do this every day. I don't want to have to pay you a couple of $1,000s to come in and listen to you do the same.
Yeah.
If you're interested, they did give us carte blanche as far as the student center went. We were allowed to go in there and run role-playing games at any time of the day.
Cool.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, we had that at least.
As far as world building goes, you got to check this podcast out, dude. I've been listening to them. They're a blast. They do collaborative role-playing world game building together on this podcast. They just kind of pick out aspects about the world and they build a world and they put it up online for you to look at and use in your own game if you want, Creative Commons and all that. So it's it's just a generally friendly little podcast that I found, and it definitely gives you ideas. Like they'll talk about a world that's like created by demons, and then one that's created by angels, and then one that's maybe the magic is nothing of that we've ever heard of. Maybe it's all ice magic. Maybe it's like weird stuff. They just talk about different collaborative stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna dip out, man. I'm totally crashing.
Yeah, I need to take my meds, like I said too. But no, I'll be on later. Again, it probably won't be until like 4 or 5. But I mean, once I'm online until I'm running a game or whatever.
You have a
No.
game tonight?
Do I have a game tonight? I don't think so. No, I don't have a game until Friday, and that's my ETU. So,
All right. So I'll catch you online later. I don't have much
Alright.
going on later tonight.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, you guys take care. We'll talk at
Yeah,
you
you
soon.
too, man.
I just added you too, Ruben. I
Yeah.
just added you. Cool.
Okay, I'll add you back. Bye.
Night, guys.
Awesome. Later.